Good morning, everyone. We would like to remind everyone to register. Thank you.
Yes po, ma'am. Ano po ate? Kapara lang po.
morning once again. Dear participants, our program will start by playing the Philippine National Anthem, followed by the doxology. Thank you.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. Kayang magiliw, kaya sa silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bangaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iinit, ang bituin na araw niya kailan pa may di magtitingin. Luma ng araw ng walhagin pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang ibigaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Let us bow our heads and put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for gathering all of us today. May you bestow your guidance and blessings so that we can enjoy and appreciate its significance in our lives. Bless everyone who are present here today, that each one of us may be able to share our knowledge, understanding, and wisdom for your glory and honor. May the various activities related to this event be a success through your intervention. We all ask of this in the mighty name of Jesus. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the PhD and MA students of Philippine Christian University, MMC Collab, I welcome you to our webinar entitled Building Culture of Good Governance in Organization. I am sure that everyone is eager to learn more about today's topic and how this webinar can help us be an effective part of our respective organizations. It will guide us about leadership, the conduct, the discipline, ethics, and trust as component of corporate governance. Okay. Before we start this webinar, let us hear the opening remarks from the Vice President for the Globalization and Extension Program. Nandito po ba siya? Sorry. I understand, wala pa po, no? Okay. Let me welcome first our mentors in this webinar, Dr. Matt, sorry po, Dr. Henry Magat, and our resource person, Mr. Surilia. Okay. Thank you very much po for sharing your time with us, and we'll now proceed with our introduction. To give his message, I would like to call Dr. Matt, our professor for the coordinator and professor for this webinar. Okay. Maybe call on Dr. Matt to.
Thank you. Good
Thank
morning.
you,
Good
sir.
morning. Yeah, good morning, Jerry. Good morning. Good morning to each and everyone. I have received a message from our president, Dr. Junipen F. Gawan, and our vice president for globalization and extension program, Dr. Margie de la Cruz. We actually had our conference seminar workshop yesterday for the learning management system of PCU dedicated to the graduates program. So they are so excited again for our lineup of webinar sessions and these courses, especially with the group Collab extension. They are on their way to visit face-to-face site, no, in somewhere in the central Luzon. So the president personally and the vice president are extending their felicitation and congratulations at the same time, um, making everyone, especially our invited esteemed speakers for today's occasion. Now, echoing our conversation with the president and the vice president yesterday, this is again a true testament of our continuous effort to relearning, learning, and learning, especially that we have invited experts in the field of agile organization or good governance in that respect. The topics are so relevant that it centers on the core ingredients of good governance, which on conflict resolution, ethics and accountability, and of course, transparency and openness. And I think this equals to culture. I think we already have discovered I, IQ, EQ, SQ, and now we have the CQ or the culture quotient, of which it is important in thriving and improving organization. I would not preempt the discussion of our invited resource speakers on those three areas of which they are assigned to share their expertise. And once again, I welcome all the participants. I think I have seen my site coordinators are here. They also invited their students to attend this seminar or this occasion, an academic exercise which is very important as we progress completing our respective programs in the graduate school of Philippine Christian University. I would like to congratulate in advance with
Okay, I think we're having problems sa connectivity ng ating participants for right now. But would like to welcome our newcomers and don't forget to register po para po sa ating mga certificate na i-issue na sa atin after this webinar. Don't forget to fill up our evaluation form kasi naka-link po doon yung inyong mga certificate. We're going to issue po yung e-certificates natin. Yeah, with the innovations na inadapt po namin dito sa ating webinar. So, okay na po ba yung ating Sir Matt?
am I here?
Oh yes, sir. Sige, sir. The floor is yours po. Sige. Thank you po, sir.
So I've been talking in a while, so I don't know what sentence have you heard me the last time. So anyway, again, no, on behalf of the president and vice president of the Philippine Christian University, we welcome all of you, the participants. We have seen here co-faculty members, colleagues, site coordinators, and their students joining us together here. This is a project sponsored by the PhD class, no, of this school year. So they are all motivated under the leadership and guidance of their professor, Dr. Henry G. Magat. Again, no, this topic, I would not preempt the our invited esteemed speakers to discuss about culture organization with respect to the equation of good governance, which is on managing conflict, ethics and accountability, transparency and openness. So once again, let's enjoy relearning, learning, and learning as our resource speakers would like to present their uh, expertise on the three topics which are assigned to them. So on behalf of Collab Extension Group, this is Mateo, the site coordinator. I welcome you all to this gathering. Good morning po sa lahat. Thank you.
Thank you po, Sir Matt, for encouraging speech po para sa group, and we value those words coming from you guys. And to continue our webinar for this morning, may we call on our colleague here, Ms. Yaisi or Mr. Sherwood, to introduce our first speaker. Okay, the floor is yours. Take it away.
Thank you, sir. Now let us meet our first speaker for today's webinar. Our first speaker is a graduate of the Philippine Military Academy, Sandiwa class of 1985. He has undergone multiple schooling in prestigious military and civilian institutions here and abroad. For his international studies, he completed the International Intelligence Officer Advanced course from U.S. Army Intelligence School in Arizona, USA. Australian Command and Staff course from Australian Command and Staff College in Australia. The Strategic Intelligence course from Special Intelligence Training School of at AFP. The Senior Executive course in National Security from National Defense College of the Philippines. And International Intelligence Fellow Program from National Intelligence University in Washington, USA. More so, he completed the basic aviator course from Manila International Pilot School, Leadership and Management Development Program from Ateneo Certificate Course in Conflict Management from Development Academy of the Philippines. Basic course in International Relations from the Foreign Service Institute, DFA, Professional Industrial Security Management Program for Certified Security Professionals from the Philippine Society for Industrial Security Incorporated. Professional Directors Program from Institute of Corporate Directors and Master in Management and Defense Studies from University of Canberra, Australia. He has decades of experience and expertise in administration, finance, operation, and in particular, intelligence and security. He held tactical, operational, and strategic positions in his military career. He was the commandant of the combat arms of the Philippine Army. He was also designated as the Philippine Defense and Armed Forces attaché to Pakistan and the general of the AFP until his retirement in 2017. He served as the consultant on security and safety matters for San Miguel Corporation. He also became the technical assistant on the budget for the Bureau of Customs and the DNR consultant on enforcement for Luzon. With all of this, he has been a recipient of various awards, such as Outstanding PMA Alumnus Award, Outstanding Alumnus Award from the National Defense College of the Philippines. He is happily married to former Teresita de la Cruz Hoy and blessed with 3 children, Chesty, Macrina, and Terrence. To discuss the first topic, ethics and accountability in good governance, let us all welcome the OIC Director of Environmental Law Enforcement and Protection Service and the concurrent ground commander of DNR. Please help me in welcoming retired Brigadier Roel and Sorella.
Hi, thank you very much, Dr. Zilo. So let me start with my greetings. Dr. Junifen M. Gawuan, the president of the Philippine Christian University, Dr. Matthew Makalaging Jr., the PCU Transnational Education and Extension Program Site Coordinator for MM Collaboration, Dr. Margie de la Cruz, the Vice President for Globalization and Extension, Transnational Education and Extension Program, Dr. Henry Magat, Dr. Adolfo Aldi Arevalo, an economist, educator, and a singer, I understand. Fellow speakers, our students, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Please, first of all, I'm humbled to be invited to present on the topic ethics and accountability in good governance. I hope I can squeeze in within the allotted time. It's a very good topic which I really enjoy. Next, please. Let me start with an old adage by an ancient Greek philosopher, Plato. He said that good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws. So it's really a democratic society. It's a real world wherein everybody has its way of doing things. So next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. The scope of my presentation is as follows: good governance, the code of conduct and ethical standards, accountability, and the common offenses committed and penalties. Next, please. Okay, on good governance. On my research, I got this specific definition of good governance. It's the process of measuring how public institutions conduct public affairs and manage public resources and guarantee the realization of human rights in a manner essentially free of abuse and corruption, and with due regard for the rule of law. Well, essentially, good governance is a process of decision-making, and the process by which decisions are implemented or not even implemented. Governance, as we all know, it can apply to corporate, international, national, or local governance, as well as the interactions between other sectors of society. The concept of good governance, therefore, emerges as a model to compare ineffective economies or political bodies with viable economies or political bodies. The concept centers on the responsibility of government or governments and governing bodies to meet the needs of the masses as opposed to select groups in society. Now, every administration has its own Philippine development plan. I find it very significant to show to you the 2011 to 2016 development plan of the Philippines, the Chapter 7 on good governance and the rule of law. It stipulates that good governance, set the normative standards of development. It fosters participation, ensures transparency, demand accountability, promote efficiency, and uphold the rule of law in economic, political, and administrative institutions and processes. So it is the hallmark of political maturity, but also a requisite for growth and poverty reduction. So it's the good governance at the time, and even up to the present, is always being given emphasis by our governments. Next, please. Okay. The second part is about of my briefing of my presentation is about the Republic Act number 6713, or the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. Yeah, to proceed, the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards, it's the spirit of implementation, although disciplinary action may be imposed for violation of the code. And overall intent is more of prevention of infraction rather than administration of penalty. And the failure to uphold good conduct and ethical standards will result to administrative and disciplinary cases. The main purpose of the Code of Conduct is really to set and maintain standard for acceptable behavior to all stakeholders in a company. It gives reminder to the employees of what is expected of them. Okay. Now there are 8 norms of conduct. First, the commitment to the public interest. Second is professionalism, justness and sincerity, political neutrality, responsiveness to the public, nationalism and patriotism, commitment to democracy and simple living. Let me give emphasis to the professionalism. I'm always reminded when I was a cadet that we are always being ingrained to us that the military professionalism of the Charles de Gaulle. Let me quote what he said long before, that the men who adopt the profession of arms submit of their own free will to a law of perpetual constraints. Of their own accord, they reject their right to live where they choose, to say what they think, and dress what they like. Of their own accord, they reject the right to live where they choose, to say what they think, to dress as they like. From the moment they become soldiers, it takes an order to settle them in this place, to move them to that, to separate them from their families and dislocate their normal lives. In the world of command, they must rise, march, run, endure bad weather, go without sleep or food, be isolated in some distant post, work until they drop. So magandang guide as a government professionals, no. So we find inspiration from Charles de Gaulle's military professionalism, and we live by it. Okay, next please. Okay, on the duties of public officials, very briefly, First, we have to act promptly on letters and requests. That's a reality. Submit annual performance reports, process documents and papers expeditiously, act immediately on public's personal transactions, and make documents accessible to the public. Next, please. The legal basis, the state, per Section 27 of Article 2 of our Constitution, it states that the state shall maintain honesty and integrity in the public service and take positive and effective measures against graft and corruption. The CSC shall establish a career service and adopt measures to promote morale, efficiency, integrity, responsiveness, progressiveness, and courtesy in the civil service. That's per Section 3B, Article 9 of the Constitution. And Article 35, Chapter 9, Book 1 of EO 292, it's all about all public officers and employees who shall be bound by the Code of Ethics to be promulgated by the Civil Service Commission. Okay. There are concepts on the conduct of the Code of Conduct Ethical Standards for public officials. First is the code. The code, which means the set of rules or principles. Let me share with you what a very important code that up to now I'm inspired to follow. Way back when we were cadets as early as 1980, it states there that a PMA cadet honor code, it says that we the cadets do not lie, cheat, steal, nor tolerate among us those who do so. Maganda sana, no? Yun pa rin ang nasusunod natin lahat because we'll be living in a beautiful world, peaceful world. Also the conduct, how a person should behave, act, or react on a particular occasion, setting, situation, or place. Conduct and outlining, when we say conduct, we are outlining the norms, responsibilities, and proper practices of an individual or organization. Ethical standards, it defines what is good and right for individuals, organization, and society. Moral principles that govern a person's behavior and promote values such as good behavior, integrity, compassion, kindness, and fairness. Next, please. Norm is defined as the rule of or standard of behavior shared by members of a social group. Norms can also refer to a common value system in which the individual learns the culture of his or her group. It can also refer to standard or average behavior, attitude, or opinion of a social group. Morals, persons' own opinions, beliefs, and values which shape one's personality or character, and own principles of right and wrong. It is based on influences of culture and experiences. The integrity, this reminds me of the motto of the PMA cadet, of the PMA, courage, integrity, and loyalty. Basically, integrity is the personal quality of being fair or honest and truthful, showing consistent and uncompromising adherence to strong moral principles and values, as well as wholeness, completeness, untainted, not tampered. Next, please. Now, now let's go to the topic of ethics and integrity. Very briefly, these are the categories of ethics. The descriptive ethics, meaning is how people behave, the moral standards they claim to follow. The meta-ethics, investigating where ethical principles come from. The normative ethics, it concerns with the classifying actions as right and wrong without bias. Applied ethics, examining specific controversial issues. It's the most practical one. The applied ethics, the practical aspect of moral considerations. Ethics with respect to real world actions and their moral considerations in the areas of private and public life, I mean. The profession, health, technology, law, and leadership. Next, please. Now, there's what we call the ethical dilemma. It is a situation that requires choosing a course of action. It's a state of uncertainty and perplexity, especially as requiring a choice between equally unfavorable options. Ethical dilemma is a paradox that comes up with when there are two or more options, but neither of them are the best ethical or moral option, like false accounting, sexual harassment, data privacy, nepotism, discrimination are just some that happen in today's workplace. Next, please. Now, let us differentiate ethics and morals. Ethics dictate what practical behaviors are allowed, whereas morals reflect our intentions. Ethics determine what behaviors are right or wrong, while morals concerned with individuals feeling good or bad. Next, please. On ethics and ethics and integrity. Ethics is an external system of rules and laws. Usually, there are rewards when we follow and punishments when we break them. Integrity is an internal system of principles which guides our behavior. It is choice rather than obligation, which cannot be forced by outside sources and influenced by upbringing and exposure. So one is acting right even when no one is watching. Next, please. Still on ethics and integrity, ethics is about following the rules, and integrity is about doing the right thing regardless of the rules. It reminds us that there are two thinkers, strategic thinkers and the tactical thinkers. Strategic thinkers are the ones doing the right thing, while tactical thinkers, the one doing things right. So this is an example. So you're telling me someone could be ethical but not have integrity. Sure, plenty of people are just trying to stay out of trouble only because the rules have been spelled out for them. That doesn't mean they would not charge ahead with those same behaviors if they were not prohibited. Therefore, integrity comes from a greater depth of character. Ganda, no? Next, please. On the law and ethics. Law, these are rules and regulations created by the government. On the other hand, ethics, these are guidelines based on human principles or people's awareness of right and wrong, good and bad. In law, no free will and freedom of choice. On the other hand, ethics is based on free will and freedom of choice. So kakaiba, no? When law stops at punishment, tapos na pag may law. But our ethics focus on values as adding solutions through helping attitude. Law sets a minimum behavior, while ethics elevates behavior above mere law obedience. Actions do not confirm results in imposition of penalties, that's law, while ethics involves doing the right things. Okay, next please. Now, I would like to take this opportunity because I'm with the DDNR. I'm the head of the Environmental Law Enforcement and Protection Service. So lahat, all over Philippines, I'm leading all the operations against illegal logging, illegal mining, violations of 9003 or the solid waste, lahat na violations ng environmental laws. So just because of our problem right now about the worldwide phenomenon about climate change, it's very timely that we should also be aware of the environmental ethics. It's a branch of ethics that studies the relationship between human beings and the environment and how ethics plays a role in this. Environmental ethics believes that humans are part of society as well as other living creatures, which include plants and animals. So why is environmental ethics so important? It's because it serves the moral ground to protect our planet's environment and continuously fix the environmental degradation that we have caused over the years. So take it from me, no, that nakikita nyo sa panahong ito, maraming, bakit may floods tayo, things like that. Lately, it's a national news, nakikita nyo rin na may mga pangyayari just like sa Romblon, mga Sibuyan Island, sa Brooks Point, things like that, no? It came to the attention of the public. If only if everybody is coordinated, both from the civil society organizations and the government, sana magandang sitwasyon natin, no? So, as law enforcers, we are following a code of ethics. My fundamental duty is to serve the community, to safeguard lives and property, protect the innocent against deception, the weak against oppression or intimidation, and the peaceful against violence or disorder, and to respect the constitutional rights of all to liberty, equality, and justice. So, maganda, no? We just simply cannot apprehend people. We have to follow protocols. We have to follow ethics. And in so doing, we should account for the consequences of our actions as law enforcers. Okay, next, please. Now, the third topic about accountability. Please. Accountability is an obligation of a public servant or department to account for its activities, accept responsibility for them, and to disclose the results in a transparent manner. That, on the other hand, there's a responsibility which refers to a person owning or being in charge of a specific task or assignment. It relates to that person's duty to respond to and complete tasks. Next, please. Okay, just to highlight some things, here are the key differences. On emphasis, accountability is about reporting those results during follow-up meetings or performance reviews. Responsibility focuses on completing a task using your specific skills, knowledge, or collective teamwork to achieve results. On the ownership, each team member is accountable individually. On responsibility, it can be individual, shared between team members. And finally, on time frame, accountability kicks in after completing the task, while responsibility ongoing throughout the project's life cycle. Next, please. Okay. On the provisions on public accountability, we are guided by the 1987 Constitution, the laws on Administrative Code of 1987, the jurisprudence of the Supreme Court decisions, the Civil Service Commission, and other rules and regulations. Next, please. The administrative law, it's a branch of public law which fixes the organizations and determines the competence of administrative authorities and indicates to the individual remedies for the violation of his rights. It's a regulatory adjudicatory function, quasi-legal or quasi-judicial function. It's a disciplinary and non-disciplinary cases, human resource action. I borrowed that from the legal service PowerPoint presentation ng aming ENRA Academy, no? Environment Natural Resources Academy. Next, please. Okay, we're always reminded on the accountability of public officers that public office is a public trust. Public officers and employees must, at all times, be accountable to the people, serve them with utmost responsibility, integrity, loyalty, and efficiency, and act with patriotism and justice, and lead modest lives. So it's specific, no? In Section 1, Article 2 of our 1987 Constitution. Next, please. Now, magandang topic ito, anti-graft and corrupt practices. Per Section 1 of RA number 3019, it is the policy of the Philippine government in line with the principle that a public office is a public trust to repress certain acts of public officers and private persons alike, which constitute graft or corrupt practices or which may lead thereto. Next, please. To differentiate between graft and corruption, graft is a specific type of corruption whereby an official uses his public stature to gain a legal benefit. Corruption is a form of dishonesty or criminal offense which is undertaken by a person or an organization entrusted with a position of authority in order to acquire illicit benefits or abuse power for one's personal gain. Okay, I leave this to you. It's, you know, I'm the chief of enforcement the entire country of the DNR. I lead operations all over the country. Most often, I'm sad to say that when we operate in a certain area, I just cannot understand sometimes that our community environment and natural resources officers, they do not know what's been obtaining their responsibility. I challenge them because they have the AORs, they say, as we say, the area of interest, meaning you should know sa immediate boundary mo what's been obtaining that area because sometimes you are affected. So I just wonder why we go to their area, they do not know that may illegal logging doon, may illegal mining, yet it takes us na malalaman mga ito at saka I used to conduct blitzkrieg operations. So ganyan ano? So leave it to you to how do you understand that? Maybe takot sila because of some politicians they're in that area. Indebted siguro sila why they're there. Kaya I guess it's a form of graft, no? Corruption. Ganyan naman siguro. By the way, this is part of discussion. I learned from my schooling in Australia long before. The Chatham rule, house rules, meaning we can discuss things here, but we can't attribute kung anong pinagsasabi, no? Thank you. Next, please. Graft and corruption include bribery, extortion, and nepotism, and are characterized by the subordination of public interests to private gain, aims, and violation of the norms of duty and welfare, accompanied by secrecy, betrayal, deception, and callous disregard for any consequences suffered by the public. So, ano no? Mahirap, pero it's a reality, no, na araw-araw natin nababasa sa dyaryo. Well, the vice of corruption includes many possible acts where the honesty, integrity, or moral principle of the perpetrator is compromised in some way. No? It describes the unscrupulous acts of politicians and government officials. Well, there's the main, I just want also to highlight the main difference between bribery and graft, that there's an element of public finance here. For example, a police officer who looks the other way because criminals pay him off is accepting a bribe. So ganun, no? I will not further discuss that. So we are all witnesses to this, no? In all undertakings of our life, wherever we are, nakikita natin, especially those involving also our local officials also. Okay, next please. To further elucidate, graft is a type of corruption that only involves financial gain and public officials. On the other hand, corruption is a form of dishonesty that involves both public and private authorities. So, it involves private authorities. Obvious, no? Kung ikaw sa government, suhulan ka ng tao, so you're accused of corruption, pagdating sa court of law, siyempre ipapatawag yung private person na yon na nag-cause ng iyong pag-violate ng anti-graft corruption law, no? Okay. Next, please. There are three major agencies involved in the system of accountability officers. First, this Commission on Audit, Civil Service Commission, and the Ombudsman. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, as you well know, COA, maganda ito kasi ito yung talagang check and balance sa atin sa lahat nating galaw. I'm very grateful for that because it has the power to examine, audit, and settle all accounts on revenue and receipts of and expenditures or uses of funds and property owned or held in trust by the government. COA is the exclusive authority to promulgate accounting, auditing rules and regulations, including those for the prevention of irregular, unnecessary, unconscionable, excessive, and or extravagant expenditures or uses of government funds and properties. I advise, pag sa government tayo, pag-alanganin in all your transactions, don't hesitate to approach our COA. They will give you appropriate advice para naman para naman everything will be smooth sa ating transaction, and of course we have peace of mind. Okay, next please. The Civil Service Commission. It's the central personnel agency of the government. Establish a career service and adopt measures to promote morale, efficiency, integrity, and courtesy in the civil service. Civil Service Commission strengthens the merit and reward system, integrate all human resource development programs for all levels and ranks, and institutionalize a management conducive to public accountability. So it is enshrined in Section 3, Article 9B of our Constitution. Next, please. The Ombudsman acts promptly on complaints filed in any form or manner against public officers of the government. It investigates on its own or on complaint by any person, any act or omission of any public officer when such an act or omission appears to be illegal, unjust, improper, or inefficient, or recommend his removal, suspension, fine, censure, or prosecution, and ensure compliance. So again, it's enshrined in sections 12 and 13 of Article 11 of the Constitution. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. Still on the ombudsman, no? The mandate is to enforce the administrative, civil, and criminal liability of a public servant or officer in the government in every case. And the applicability, all kinds of malfeasance, misfeasance, and non-feasance committed by any public officer during his or her tenure in office. Let me define very briefly. Malfeasance, doing of an act which the public officer ought not to do at all. Misfeasance is the improper doing of an act which the public officer might lawfully do. And nonfeasance is the total omission or failure of the public officer to perform some distinct duty or undertaking. Next, please. Now we have also the Sandigabayan. It is the special court created to hear criminal and civil cases of graft and corruption involving public officials. So involved korte natin ito, no, sa publiko na nagtatrabaho sa government, ito magde-decide ng kaso natin. This equivalent in rank to the Court of Appeals. Its jurisdiction is limited to cases involving violations of RA 3019, the anti-graft and corrupt practices, the forfeiture of illegal acquired property, revised penal code, listing crimes committed by the public officials on bribery, indirect bribery, corruption of public officials, and RA 9160 on Anti-Money Laundering Act, a recent addition to the Sandigan's jurisdiction. Okay, maganda ito. We're closely coordinating with them too, no? Especially when I was with the intelligence before. Now, we have also the Anti-Red Tape Act, no? That's RA 9485, but it was amended by RA 11032. But it is still existing, no? Every time na pumapasok na tayo sa office, di ba? Mayroon tayong, hindi ko lang nadala, for example. So, kailangan ko may mga ganito, no? ARTA. No? May ang ganun tayo. So it is an act to improve efficiency in the delivery of government service to the public by reducing bureaucratic red tape, preventing graft and corruption, and providing penalties therefore. The act shall apply to all government offices and agencies, including local government units and government-owned and controlled corporations with or without regional charter that provide frontline services. You know, in our everyday life dito sa government, aware tayo dito kasi pag may binaba ng mga dokumento to act upon, we are given period, no? Ilang hours yan or ilang days, you have to comply with that, and it is being monitored, no, by the highest office of the land. Kung ginagawa natin trabaho natin, kung on time or we are doing service to the Filipino people. Next, please. Now, on the fourth part of my presentation, it's about common offenses committed and the penalties being meted out. Okay, the common offenses involves gifts, public funds, and conflict of interest. Please take note, no? Very common to sa atin, sa government. Next, please. Involving gifts. So we are covered by Article 210 of Revised Penal Code, the direct bribery. The Article 211 of indirect bribery, the corruption of public officials, receiving directly or indirectly or offering to give a gift, any gift, that is Presidential Decree number 46, and directly or indirectly receiving any gift for himself or for any other person. Next, please. Involving public funds and property. We are covered by the Article 217 of Revised Penal Code on malversation of public funds and property, the illegal use of public funds, property, or technical malversation under Article 220, or failure to render accounts per Article 218. Next, please. Very briefly, again, would want to highlight those involving conflict of interest. Per Section 3D of RA 3019, accepting or having a member of his family accept employment in a private enterprise, suspending official business with him or her or within a year after its termination. Please take note, Section 3H, directly or indirectly having financial interest in any transaction in connection with those he or she takes part in his or her official capacity, having material interest in any transaction, requiring the approval of a board, panel, or group of which he or she is a member, even he or she votes against the transaction or does not participate in such action. Remember that giving any private party any unwarranted benefit or advantage through evident bad faith, manifest partiality, or gross inexcusable negligence. Next, please. Now, specifically, Section 3, these are the corrupt practices of public officers. Persuading, inducing, or influencing another public officer to perform an act constituting a violation of rules and regulations. So kailangan talaga we have to be aware of this, ano? Kaya I have to emphasize, no? Number 2, directly or indirectly requesting or receiving any gift, present, share, percentage, or benefit for himself or for any other person. Baka makakalimot tayo, no? So directly or indirectly requesting or receiving any gift, present, or any or other pecuniary or material benefit for himself or for another. Accepting or having any member of his family accept employment in a private enterprise, causing any undue injury to any party, including the government, or giving any private party any unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference. Okay, next please. So neglecting or refusing after due demand or request without sufficient justification. So take note again, entering on behalf of the government into any contract or transaction manifestly and grossly disadvantageous to the same. Marami tayo dyan, no? Maraming issues na ganyan. So let's just be reminded, directly or indirectly having financial or pecuniary interest in any business, contract, or transaction. Directly or indirectly becoming interested for personal gain, or having a material interest in any transaction. Please don't be tempted, no? Knowingly approving or granting any license, permit, privilege, or benefit in any favor, in favor of any person or not qualified, and divulging valuable information of a confidential character. So even that, no, take note of that. Divulging valuable information of confidential character. Next, please. Now, these are the kinds of administrative penalties: dismissal from the service, suspension, reprimand, fine, and demotion. Next, please. Dismissal from the service means permanent separation from the service without prejudice to criminal or civil liability. Cancellation of eligibility, perpetual disqualification from holding public office, and forfeiture of retirement benefits. Non-forfeiture, but entitlement to terminal leave benefits and personal contributions to GSIS. So please take note. Next, please. Suspension is temporary cessation of work from a minimum of 1 day to a maximum of 1 year. The gap in the continuity of service. Non-entitlement to all monetary benefits, including leave credits and disqualification from promotion. Next, please. Reprimand is an official rebuke against a respondent's behavior. No accessory penalty, no temporary cessation of work, no gap in the service. Entitlement to all monetary benefits, including leave credits. Entitlement to promotion. Next, please. Fine, substitute to suspension based on salary not exceeding 6 months, computed from the time the decision becomes final and executory. So you must be aware of this, no? Maximum period to pay is 1 year. May pangyayari kasing ganyan. The respondent has already retired or separated from government service and suspension could not be served. Okay, next. Demotion is diminution of salary corresponding to the next lower salary grade with the same salary step. And it is a disqualification from promotion for 1 year. Next, please. So these are the non-appealable penalties, reprimand. Yung pwede appeal yun, suspension of 30 days or less, and fine equivalent to salary of 30 days or less. Next, please. Preventive suspension, warning, and admonition. Warning means you just simply make someone aware of impending danger, no? If example, if a person keeps doing the bad thing, he will face the consequences. So pinagsasabihan na lang natin. Admonition means you warn or notify of a fault, no? Reprove gently or kindly, but seriously. You have to exhort. Okay, next please. And finally, the penalties for violations, it's based on Section 9 of RA 3019 or anti-graft practices. Imprisonment for not less than 1 year nor more than 10 years, perpetual disqualification from public office and confiscation of forfeiture in favor of the government. Punished by a fine of not less than 100,000 pesos nor more than 100,000, or by imprisonment not exceeding 1 year, or by both such fine, imprisonment at discretion of the court. Ano yan, SALN yan. I have an experience with that, no? Please take note, no? I just want to share, when I was still active in one of my positions before, naging admin officer ako, pinareport ako because of a case of a senior officer. Kung nag-take oath ba yung senior officer yan sa akin, sa kanyang SALN, no? Statement of assets and liabilities and net worth. Yan talagang properly, you have to take, as an admin officer, you should inform na yung kahit senior na yon to take oath before you na indeed ito yan, ganyan yan. That's according to the law. Okay. Next, please. And before I end, let me share with you an old adage by Indian lawyer. Siya ay anti-colonial nationalist and political ethicist, Mahatma Gandhi. And sabi niya, it is wrong and immoral to seek to escape the consequences of one's acts. So, next please. So that's all. Thank you for listening. And I'll try my very best to answer yung mga questions ninyo. Thank you.
Thank you, Brigadier General Cirilla, for that very informative and interesting discussion regarding ethics and accountability on good governance. So at this point, fellow students and participants, if you have any questions or queries, kindly type them on your chat box so our speaker can answer them. Okay, also please be advised that participants are encouraged to fill out our survey form in exchange for the e-certificate. The link can be seen also on our chat box. Thank you. To start off, here's the first question for Brigadier Brigadier General Sarila. First question, sir, is there a difference between corporate governance in the area of public and private sector?
Well, for me, kasi galing din ako sa San Miguel dati, nakikita ko pare-pareho lang. Parehong basically pareho lahat except na may mga charters tayo. May charters sa private sa pribadong korporasyon, sa mga private companies. So nakikita ako nga very strict pa yung yung sa private sector sa implementation. I'm happy for that because I experienced that, no? Doon ko nakikita na properly lahat. Tayo nga, even pag may ethics tayo sa uniform, minsan hindi sumusunod. Pero doon nakikita mo properly. I can cite for example yung sa pinanggalingan ko sa San Miguel. For example, it's well organized, no, properly. Even yung mga mga kasamahan ko doon, well they are all even mga lowest ranking mammal, for example, they know what their alam nila mission nila. And for example, mag-visit ako, kompleto yung pupunta ko sa mga warehouse, kompleto sila mga gamit na susunod talaga. Pagdating ko sa government sometimes, nafa-frustrate ka because maybe sa implementation, it has to do really with the leadership. So basically, pare-pare yung mga precepts, standards, it's the actual implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So, are you saying po, sir, na mas strict po sa private based on your observation, sir?
Yeah, because in fact, tingnan mo mga direction ng government ngayon, minsan, pag hindi kaya yung isang programa, sasabihin na, bigay natin to sa private sector para maayos, di ba? But sometimes may mga ganun din na may problema din sa sa private sector, maganda din sa government. Depende talaga sa sa leadership. Because as a responsible public servant, you have to always be accountable for me, no? Accountable to the consequences of our action. So you should be aware. You should be aware. Thank you. Anything more?
Thank you, sir. Let's proceed po sa second question. Who
Yeah.
are the regulatory body to oversee the compliance of the corporate governance?
Well, you're referring to the private sector. Mayroon tayong di ba? Sa mga labor, di ba? Ating labor natin. So sila 'yung tumitingin pag kaya tulad ako noon. May mga nagrally-rally. Yeah? Problema 'yon kasi may mga disgusto sa mga sweldo, ganon. So papasok yung diyan, yung labor code. Okay. Next.
Okay, sir. Next question about the code implementation and execution. How does the code relate to the reward system and how are violation handled?
Wow, it's very good, no? Maganda 'yon. Well, depende yan sa no? Sa kung saan ka na, halimbawa, sa kadete ka, you have the code. O kaya kami, law enforcers, may mga code fina-follow. So, depende yan sa pag-apply mo. Kasi sa kadete kasi, for example, you are with the government, yet you are living in a parang utopia. It's an ideal society. So there, you cannot really afford to violate the mga honor code, no? Yung code namin. Remember, I just want to share with you, kahit one day before graduation sa PMA, after 4 years, no? One day, gagraduate ka na. Pag may nag-violate ng violations doon, nag-lie ka or nag-cheat, tanggal ka. For example, even your best of friends, nakita mo, nag-glance sa papel mo, you are morally guided to report him or her. So tanggal talaga yan kahit one day before graduation. That's how we religiously implement yung code natin. Well, Paglabas mo na, you're in real world, di ba, public servant ka, well, may mga ano na, pag nag-violate ka naman, ating mga public servant, lalo na high ranking, you have a corresponding ano, no? The higher the responsibility, the higher accountability, you have a corresponding, may mga corresponding penalties appropriate for the violations you committed. So, ganun lang, singil-singilan lang, yeah, don't be too complacent, ano? Because ang taong bayan nandyan lagi, bumabantay sa atin, and we have to be very grateful na may watchdogs tayo. No? For example, bigyan ko kayo ng ano, we have to be very grateful and I really admire it na may mga yung tayong civil society organizations calling our attention. For example, sa violations dito ng ENR laws, no? All the while, akala natin ganun lang. Pero it takes civil society organizations and the people themselves na tawaging attention ng government that something is wrong dito sa area na to, kaya napa-flood tayo, yun pala, kulang mga permits, or even nung voice out ng mga civil society and the mga ating mga tao, mga masses na may problema sa mga minahan na ganyan, then nakikita natin na totoo pala. No? So it takes them really to bring out yung mga ganitong bagay. Kaya we have to listen to the voice of the people. Vox Populi. Next, please.
Thank you, sir. Next question. How were you able to motivate your employees in military and private sector to show integrity more than being ethical?
Wow, very good. I'm happy to receive such question. Maganda, no? Very good. You know, all throughout my life sa military, tulad yung sinasabi ko kayo na verbatimly, yung sinasabi ni Charles de Gaulle, no? That everything that happens is just part and parcel of your job. So na-ingrain sa system namin, even retired na ako, that I have always to set the example, senior na ako, umakyat ako ng bundok para mag-operate, yet that is setting the example for our civilian na mga kasamahan dito, limbawa sa DNR, na here's your boss, no? Retired na, tanda na, kayo mga bata, but he's setting the example, so they are motivated to follow me. Well, kaya nga ng boss namin. And always, you have to walk the talk. Whatever you propagate, you tell them. Of course, you have to be sincere na susundin mo yan. Just cannot simply, during meetings, say this and that na hindi mo pwedeng gawin. So you are also morally responsible for mga pinagsasabi mo sa kanila, and you have really to be accountable sa sinasabi mo na you have to follow that para for the future generations themselves. Kasi ito, you're dealing more of the young minds, and in so doing, you have to inculcate among them na dapat itong tama, itong right and wrong. So you don't violate laws and regulations. Pero sa inyo yan, kung anong morals nyo, anong values nyo, kung ano yung pinag-aralan nyo sa family, but we have standards, lalo na kung sa government ka, you have to follow. We have ethics, we have accountabilities, so indeed, whether we like it or not, we should follow those. But if you have, wala kang, ayaw mo sundin, you have no business to be with the government. Okay?
Wow, well said, sir. Thank you po. Thank you, Brigadier Sorilla, for answering and enlightening us regarding the topic. For the rest of the question, I will take note of that and will forward the questions to the speaker. Okay, so, and to show our gratitude for your time and effort, please accept this certificate and token of appreciation, sir. So please allow me to read the content of the awarding the certificate of appreciation to Brigadier General Ruel Sorilla for having actively participated in the virtual seminar organized by PCU and MCollab postdoctoral and masteral students with the theme Building a Culture of Good Governance in Organizations, given this 29th day of April 2023 through Zoom platform Manila, Philippines. Again, thank you so much, sir. Before we continue, may we request everyone to turn on their cameras so we can have a photo up with our resource speaker. And may I request also the moderators and the rest of the group. Okay, ready? Ready, 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay, for a while. Okay, 3. In 3, 2, 1. Give your best smiles. Next. 1, 2, 3. We have 6 po. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, last. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you po sa, again, Brigadier General Surila. And have a great day. To introduce and welcome, thank you po. To introduce and welcome the second speaker, may I call on Ma'am Annabelle Miranda.
Again, thank you, Ms. Shai Zilu and Brigadier General Ruel and Surilia for your informative talk and presentation on ethics and accountability in good governance. Please give him a clap icon for a wonderful presentation po. Audiences, nasan po tayo? Ayan, nakikita ko na mga claps. Ibig sabihin, gising na gising po tayo ngayon. Okay, very good. Let us, excited na po ba tayo sa next speaker? Let's meet our next speaker. Our second resource speaker for this morning is a graduate of Masters in Business Administration at San Beda University, Mendiola, Manila. She is the Vice President of OIC and Head of South Luzon Regional Lending Group Small Business Corporation, the financing arm of the Department of Trade and Industry. She is also a faculty member in the Financial Management Department of the College of Arts and Sciences at San Beda University. Previously, she was the head of the Account Management Department and concurrent venture capital officer of a small business corporation. She is also the former AVP, head of the Risk Management Group of the Bank of Makati, former head of the Credit Risk Policy Concurrent Credit Risk Officer of Security Bank Corporation. She's also the former head of the Credit Review and Risk Analytic Officer of Planters Development Bank, former Credit Risk Officer of Sterling Bank of Asia, a former Credit Review Officer and Financial Analyst of United Coconut Planters Bank. Our resource speaker is a certified ISO 31000 Risk Manager or CRM. She is a member of the Strategic Management Paper Defense Panel and Paper Advisor of the Financial Management and Marketing Department of San Beda University. She is a member of the Revalida team for employee promotion of the Bank of Makati. She is a subject matter expert and lecturer of the Bank of Makati, and an awardee for academic excellence in the Graduate School of Business of San Beda University. To discuss the second topic for today's webinar entitled Managing Conflicts of Interest in Organizations, let us welcome Ma'am Rebecca D. Ancanan. Ma'am, take it away.
Okay, good morning to everyone. Good morning. I'm happy to see you today. No, I'm currently in school. I'm teaching as well. I'm administering midterm examination. So good morning to all the administration, faculty, students, okay, and fellow friends of PCU. I'm happy to be here. No, we're so proud and so happy that we were able to deliver this after a long period of preparations and tensions or whatever. I'm honored to be here. I would also to humbly share with you that I am a PhD student of Dr. Henry Magat. Thank you, sir, for the support. Doc Matt Makalagi, and also si Doc X Ramos, and the rest are all helpful to us. Thank you for this webinar. Thank you for this opportunity. Okay, I'm Becky, no? Again, na-mention na kanina. So I'm here to present to you something which is very relevant, no, very important to our workplace, because I know majority of us are leaders, and most of us have responsibilities, no, whether be it in our workplace, in our home, elsewhere in our community. So we have to have something, no, to follow for, and also the rules that we have to cascade to our subordinate. The topic is all about corporate governance. Okay, so this is about corporate strategy, ethical behavior, activities, and objectives of the corporation, and there are rules and practices to follow. Now, I'd like to share with you the 4 P's of corporate governance, which is involving people, process, no? The performance, and also the purpose. So that is very important about corporate governance. Many corporations nowadays realize the importance and benefit of corporate governance, and then this will lead you to operate, no, and conduct the business the right way. Okay. May I just, before I start, may I just ask everyone, have you encountered any problem in your workplace, no? Wherein you were crushed in terms of a certain situation that you have to choose between your personal interest and also the interest of the corporation. Let me see reactions there of just a thumbs up. Okay. By the way, it's very difficult to conduct an online, no? This is our problem in academe, no? We don't know. We are alone speaking, no? So I'd love to see every reactions coming from you, no? Just a mere reaction or thumbs up will do for me. I will be happy to see you reacting on my questions and participations. Now, very good. Thank you, Sir Henry. Okay, thank you, everyone. You are encountering Mr. Okay, thank you. Thank you for reacting. That will be fine, and I'm happy to see that. So majority are encountering conflicts of interest. No, there are certain problems which are beyond our control. No, we ourselves may be experiencing this. While preparing materials for this presentation, I wonder, no, let me just share with you, no, during my younger years, not so long ago, okay, thank you. I reflect on something that happened to me when I was young. This is something related to what I was writing, no, few days ago. There is a certain student in our class who was being sent quizzes to quiz B, who is always given opportunity for activities, no, it's being held every time in classrooms, so on and so forth. So I was wondering, is it something about favoritism or what? And then afterwards, after we entered the school, she graduated with the top honor, which is the valedictorian. So I wasn't wondering then. So I just came to realize that this is something associated with what my topic is all about. So later I will discuss to you about this now, so that I can relate. No, when I was young, maybe it's just favoritism, maybe she's excel. However, we belong to the cream of the crop during the time that we were studying. So I was wondering then, why is it not spread among the students in the school or the classroom? Because everybody was so intelligent and very active. No, why is she always handpicked for certain activities, and she was getting grades? So that's an example that I want us, no, we will talk about later as we go along with the discussion. So allow me to share my screen. Are you seeing my screen? Let me see your reaction, please. Okay, thank you. Is it okay? Are you seeing my screen? Let me know. Thank you very much, June Ray. Okay, thank you. So this is about managing conflict of interest, no, in organizations. So we have to relate this to something else which is the core topic of our discussion today. Okay, so today we will talk about what? So we will talk about the definition of corporate governance. Okay? Medyo papasadahan lang natin, and then we will talk about the principles of corporate governance as well. And then what is conflict of interest? What is this item or thing that we are experiencing without knowing. Okay? And then the key elements of conflict of interest. What are those present in this one? To have it called a COI. We call it COI, no? And then what are the interests that we have as individuals? And then classification of conflict of interest. And then we will also discuss, no, very important, the effects of the conflict of interest to our organization and its member. Very important. And then let us uncover, let us look around and see what others are doing nowadays about conflict of interest. How are they managing it? Okay, let's look around and then try some other entities that we can get so that we can be aware and understand how are they dealing with this type of issue.
Hi, Ma'am Becky. Please unmute your microphone po.
Thank you. Okay, again, we will talk about the best practices in our other organizations, the prohibitions, penalties, and cases of conflict of interest. Now we will go live about discussion what is currently or what has been the cases of conflict of interest in our market or environment, so that we have a live and actual cases for us to understand what this is all about. Okay. And then how should conflict of interest be managed? This is important as well, the core topic of my discussion today. Okay, so is conflict of interest bad? So we will find out, is it something undesirable or acceptable or something we just can accept? And also, we need to take action about things we are encountering on a daily basis. So those are the items, relatively long. However, we will try to congest everything as much as I can. Otherwise, my mates will get mad at me for exceeding my time limit. But I will try my best. No? I want to share with you as many information as I can so that everybody gets the benefit of attending to this webinar as well. So I want, like in my classroom, I can utilize the whole 3 hours for each class so that I get to impart with them what I know in terms of knowledge so that I can share it, cascade to them. Okay, so let's get on. Let's start. So we have here 3 entities: Securities Exchange Commission, Banco Central, OECD rather. Then let us know what they're talking about, telling about corporate governance. Okay, so this is about stewardship and control according to SAC, a guide in fulfilling long-term economic, moral, and legal social obligations. So this serves as a standard for all, no? And then it also aims to maximize the long-term success and creating sustainable value. This is the core or the main objective of establishing a corporation. What is the added value of that corporation and its purpose to its market and clientele? Now, what does BSP has to tell about corporate governance? So let us see. The board to conduct the affairs of the institution with high integrity. So let's mark that, no? And then appropriate governance, policies, and practices. Okay, so also setting the tone of good governance should come coming from the top. This is very important. It should not be from the bottom, but from the top. There has to be cascading of the rule, policies, and guidance from the top management down the line. Okay, and then what has OECD has to tell us about these things? So this is about those practices and processes according to which an organization is directed, and there has to be balance, no, between the interests of stakeholders, no, and also the delivery of the purpose or the services of the corporation to its shareholders and owners. So have to have return to our owners in the manner by which the corporation is being operated. So the optimum, okay, the goal of operation is to optimize profitability in the first place, plus, of course, service to its client. So that's important. So we will go about the principles of corporate governance. What are these? What is it? Why is it important for us to understand this? I created one that everybody can easily remember. No? I thought of rearranging this. No, let us remember, which is very Very important to us, no, during the pandemic. So just recall IATF. Hindi po ito interagency task force, but it's about principles of corporate governance. So let us see what these are. Okay, number one, corporate governance is emphasizing integrity. Okay, it's about righteousness, morality, okay, moral, honesty, legal, and to act under the highest standards of ethics. So we have to act the premise that we are serving our clients and the corporation as well. So we have to act in the highest form of ethics. And okay, after I, we have A, so accountability. So what is this about? So it is about responsibility. Okay. So take responsibility for all the business decisions, actions, or inactions. Okay. Me as a leader of the largest team in our organization, I was wondering, during my time or prior my time, everyone who took the positions I'm holding right now are male, no? So I wonder, why is it that the first time it's me who is appointed to that? It's a very, very hard responsibility. But I cannot say no to an appointment, to an assignment of the top management and the board. I have to take responsibility. I am handling a large number of people at our office and in provinces. So I don't get to see them every day. But I made it sure that I know what they're doing, what are the concerns, what are the problems. So every actions that I did and I'm still doing and I'm opted to do are all my responsibility. But every time I text my signature to every document that comes on my table, it's my responsibility. Okay, so I take responsibility for the wrongdoings, okay, or deliberately or not deliberately done. It's my responsibility to face the consequences of my actions as the leader of my team. Okay. After A, we have T, no? So IA. So transparency. Uphold the value of truthfulness in every work, no, with quality of openness to scrutiny, providing disclosure accurately and information, no, provision. So this is about your sharing also of information that you know of, diba? We have whistleblowing blower policy. I came majority of my life in the banking industry. By the way, I spent almost 3 decades in the banking industry prior my decision to join the government sector. But no regret, I learned a lot from the banking industry. And the largest chunk of my experience in the banking is more on risk management. So there is my discipline about disclosures, okay, objectivity. So I want to be objective and transparent about my work, my references, my support, the documents I'm using, to be truthful about the output of my work. Okay, I want transparency. We have to divulge everything that we know of, including right now, no responsibility of my accounts officer, any adverse findings, no, that they find to be inherent in any proposal should be disclosed to the approving board, to the approving committee, and also to me. If it comes into, it will be settled or be elevated to my approving level. So that's transparency. Now, after which transparency, we have F. What is F? Oh, so fairness. Okay, you have to be fair. Uphold the value of justice. Okay. Play with internal and external clients, striving always to look at a win-win position. We have to be fair in everything, but it is not supposed to be something penalizing other people. While on the other side, we are gaining for personal interest. So we just have to remember this for IATF as we are drawing closer to our main topic. So I keep this in mind every time, no? Kailangan meron akong IATF in everything that I do, no? Para at least I have a clear conscience. I know that I'm doing my responsibility. I am delivering what is expected of me by the management corporation because I'm duty bound to perform that. In return, they're performing responsibility to me by providing me the benefits as well, the compensation for the services I render to them. So that's equality. That's a win-win situation and position for our environment. Okay. Next. So what is this thing called conflict of interest? So conflict of interest is both straightforward and complex, no, to define. Meaning to say, it's not something difficult, no. It's something which is of good definition. Everybody knows this, no. It's not something difficult to explain, no. However, we have to dig deeper about this. Maybe we're committing this. We are into this situation. However, we should know where we are in terms of our priorities. Okay. According to Organization for Economic Cooperation, by the way, this is an international organization wherein there are 35 member countries. No, they are providing and establishing policies to improve, no, for the progress and the world trade. And then, what is this highlighting? They are highlighting about the public sector, according to them, is into conflict of interest when a public official has a private capacity interest which could influence, no? Let me check this. Okay, one moment. Okay, which could improperly influence the performance of their official responsibilities and duties. So there has to be something which is present of an authority, no? Meron siyang capacity, but at the same time, he has an interest, no? He has influence, no? In terms of performance, while he is at the same time performing his duties and responsibilities. So we are somehow, no, feeling the definition of conflict of interest. Okay. Now this one, according to Republic Act 6713 or Section of Code of Conduct for Ethical Standards for Public Officials Employees, this is the documented definition of conflict of interest. So what is this all about? This arises or happens when a public official or employee is a member of the board, an officer, or substantial stockholder of a private corporation or owner, or has substantial interest in the business. So we see here, what is the power all about? So it's exercising about a certain authority, board member, officer, substantial shareholding, okay, of a private corporation. And the other one, we spoke about public interest or public servants. So this time around, this is about the private sector or an owner or somebody who has substantial shareholding in a business. So that's a premise. And the interest of such corporation or business or his rights and duties may be opposed to or affected by faithful performance. I mean to say, that person has responsibility. However, in the exercise of his responsibility, there is some opposing that could be affecting his decision making about it. Okay. So let us see how PSE is telling us about conflict of interest. So conflict of interest, according to PSC, exists when a person, private sector or private interest, interferes in a way or even appears to interfering. So meaning to say, there could be an actual or something which is just anticipated, no, with the interest of the company. A conflict of interest can arise when an employer officer takes action, no, that make it difficult to perform the work objectively and effectively. So here we are clear about what conflict of interest is all about. Okay. Another further defined as by PSE, it may also arise when an employer officer extended to the family. No, it's not the individual alone, but extended his family members receive improper personal benefits as a result of his position in the company. Okay, nakaka-relate na tayo rito, no? There's a lot of things, cases happening nowadays. This is, which is very much related to this situation. So again, while we move towards to the next slide, let me just highlight, this is a private interest, meaning to say this is a person's interest, no? Okay, that is involved here. And then against the interest of the company. So there is conflict, there is an interfering. You have a personal interest, at the same time, there is an interest of the corporation that you work for. So there is interference, there is deviation on your part. No? This is something conflicting. You are torn between these two, and then this interferes the delivery and performance of you to that particular employer of yours. Okay, so you will find it difficult to perform anymore. So you're not getting objective and you're not effectively working anymore because your mind is into your personal interest already. You are not totally loyal and at times not fully devoted to the company that you are serving. Okay? So no objectivity, no effectiveness, that's it. So just those items highlighted are the important items that we have to keep in mind about conflict of interest. Okay? Okay, so the next definition, you receive something which is not supposed to be yours, no, for the benefit of the members of your family because you are enjoying a certain position in the company. Okay, you have the authority to do that. You have the power to gain those. At the same time, you are benefiting. You can exercise those positions and power in exchange for something which will benefit you or your family. Okay. So what are the key elements of conflict of interest? It's about when you have conflict of interest, there are three things that you have to remember. Okay, the presence of financial interest, and then official duty, excuse me, and then we have the interference. No, discussed natin earlier. If you're somebody who has the position, okay, the power to over something, if you have the decision-making capacity, at the same time, you have the personal interest. No, it's given already. Every one of us has interest. No, we have our family, we have our dreams, we have ambitions, we have motivations. Okay. However, if these two are conflicting about the performance of our work, there is a problem. There is an issue because there is interference. No, there is an interfering factor that affects the effectivity of your performance in your Call of Duty. Okay, what are the types of interest? One moment. Huh? Okay, forgive me. I'm not feeling well since yesterday, but my optimism and motivation for delivering this to you is very high that nothing can hinder me in presenting today. I love my group, I love our work, and we are so happy that we're here. So going back, what are the types of interests? Okay, let us uncover those. What are those? No, we have our interests. No, me, I have my family, I have my career, I have studies. No, I have my relatives as well, and everything. Okay, so let us see what are those. So we have direct interest, no? According to them, direct interest is something which is coming or benefiting you, no? Own personal self-interest, family obligations, personal business interest, no? This is something which is contributing to your well-being, that you think that you will benefit for this, so that you can achieve your goals, no? You can go wherever you want. It will give or bring you to places. It will increase your what they call this, the stature and reputations whatsoever. So there's a lot of interest. There's nothing wrong with aiming to be popular, being rich. No, there's nothing wrong with that. But let us see to what extent. Okay, next is indirect interest. So what is this? So this is the benefit which is extended not to you alone, but being extended to your family members because of your associations. No, you have associations, you have committees, you have formed this group that you can obtain something, no, as a positive return for the benefit of you, not you alone, but your family. Okay. So next is financial interest. This included in monetary value. Okay, which should be coming from commercial dealings and shareholdings or ownership. Okay, so that finance, meron siyang value. Okay? And then non-financial personal interest. So what are these? So this is non-financial. The other one is in monetary value. This one naman is non-financial personal interest. So what are these? Okay, let us see. So this involves personal or familial relationship and are potential sources of bias. An individual benefits personally, not directly linked with or to professional career and financial benefit. To say it's something that will enrich you as a person, no? This is something that will uh, attribute to your good image, reputations, whatsoever. No? Oh, we are after that sometimes, no? So non-financial professional interest naman. Okay, pag sinabi natin professional, this is relative to workplace. Okay, what are these? So benefits obtained from the consequences of decision increasing professional reputation or promoting professional career. I mean to say, if you're working, you aim for higher level or position. No? If we work, we expect, no, somehow at the back of our mind that we will be get recognized. No, we will be recognized on our outputs, on our performances. But there are those who really aim for something just to get to that. No, okay. By the way, I climbed to the ladder of the corporate, so I took it closely one after the time. So I was not rushing. So that's what asked for me when I was young. Becky, what happened to your career? You've been staying there for so long. Sabi ko, I was happy. Okay, I have no complaints about my superiors. So it's up to them to recognize my performance. No, I will not demand for promotion. However, there are those people who are financially or professionally striving for improvement. They want to climb the ladder, so they're doing something about to improve their stature in the corporate. Okay? Hopefully, clear sa atin, no? By the way, ang ating financial is direct and indirect, no? So, to have it simplified, meron tayong financial and non-financial. And then after yung beyond or below financial interest are indirect and direct. Okay? Simplified. Are we here? Okay,
Yes,
sorry.
ma'am.
Yes, okay. Let me see some thumbs up there. Baka nag-iisa na lang ako, ha? Okay, thank you for responding. Pasensya na kayo sa voice ko, ha? Okay, thank you very much. What am I experiencing about my slides? Okay. Okay. Are you seeing my slides pa rin ba? Something is appearing here at my end. Are we okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for the response. Is there a conflict of interest? Let us know. Okay, is it something which is positive of our investigation or observance or not? So we will see. Ang conflict of interest could be actual. We have it shown and experienced this. It's reflected in the output of the person. And also it's something that impaired his decision making. So it's something which is absolute. It's an actual conflict of interest. When a real personal interest influences a person's decision as an employee or an officer, no? Meron tayong direct pag sinasabi natin may impact yan sa kanyang decision making or sa kanyang work. Okay? So the other way or the other one is potential interest. So pwede nating sabihin that there's conflict of interest which is just coming in. No? It's a potential. It's soon to happen. Not yet feasible at this time, but it's likely to happen. So what we hear about this, the personal interest of an employee might affect the future. So we are seeing potential or foreseeable effect of this action based on the position of the person. So that is potential. And then the one is perceived. Okay, we have other people around us, no? It's not you alone, King. So there's a lot of eyes observing us on our daily basis, particularly leaders. Okay, every day, there are a lot of people coming in front of my table, approaching me every time, and all eyes are at me. Okay, so whatever I do, I'm accountable for that. If they see something which is a conflict of interest, definitely that will become an issue. Okay? They're just perceiving, they're just anticipating. Oh, to me, that is conflict of interest. Okay, so that's something which is acceptable as a conflict because we have different levels of conflict of interest. The last one is perceived on the eye of the third party. There could be no actual or potential, but there is a reasonable observation coming from the third party that the personal interest could influence the decision in the future. So pwede pala yun. Actual, may potential, at may perceive. So yung mga marites, pwede pala sila, oy, may conflict of interest ka dyan. Okay, so pwede pala sila. Okay, magsabi. So that is supposed to be observed, assessed, and investigated if perceived. Okay, let's move forward. So what are the effects of this COI to our organization? Okay, may effect ba siya sa COI na yan, sa organization? I think there is. Who says none? Who says there is? Thumbs up lang po o thumbs down? Okay. Meron po bang effect? Okay, thank you. Thank you for responding. So there is definitely. So a person who is in the conflict of interest may not be able to exercise his duties, no? Meaning to say, insofar as objectivity and professionalism is concerned, you can no longer afford to render that because your actions are impaired because of your interest for other matters aside from your responsibility to the organization. Diba? It's hard to work while your mind is in the other thing. No? I'm working, but how can I benefit from this one? Okay? Mahirap kaya yun. Nasa control ako palagi. I'm objective about this. So I make it a point that everything that you do, this is something which will benefit the corporation and its members. Okay? So what else? What are the things that we expect this to impact our? It creates unfair competitive advantage for those involved in the conflict of interest. Of course, it is something that will impair competition. No? It is giving advantage only to some. However, there are those who are just benefiting in terms of professional leveling in the management. And then it leads to decreased productivity. Because why? The involved person is just focusing on personal interest, not on the work again. Kanina, meron siyang duties. This time, hindi siya nag-work. No? Naka-focus lang siya doon sa own interest na. At the end of the day, he will count, no? He will realize how much gain did I realize from this transaction. Pero mga ganong nagtatrabaho. No? So, it's very difficult, no? It's demoralizing. An individual's judgment may be biased that leads to giving bad advice or making a bad decision. Okay, as a leader, we're expected to provide sound judgment. Like me, whenever I fix my signature, when I attend Mancom or Crecom, no? I'm being always required to provide my decision, my inputs, my views about certain objectives and discussions over the meeting. However, what will happen if something at the back of your mind will influence your views, no? It will definitely affect the entire organization. If I say do this, okay, pag nasa Bids and Awards Committee ako, by the way, I'm a member of the Bids and Award Committee at the same time, what if I say, then procure that? Okay. While at the back of my mind, I know that the bidder is a friend of mine. Okay. The provider of supplies is a relative, a distant relative of mine. And then I allowed him to bid. Okay. I will tell him, okay, join us, no? Meron tayong mga requirements, something like that, and then you bid and then give me a commission out of the certain winning na bid. So that will affect our decision. If something bad happened to that, the entire organization is affected. Plus, the merits and the bottom line that should go to the people downline are affected. Okay, that's a bad decision out of a bad intent. Okay, next, what else? No, there's a lot of impact and effect pala of COI to our environment and people. So it lowers the morale and productivity of employees. No, when you're seeing somebody doing this thing, no, at the benefit of his own or his family, you are demoralized. No, unfair naman tong company na to. This is not being fair, and objective about the policies and the practices. I will not work anymore. No? Work to the extent of 8 to 5, and then I will go. No? The morale is low. Then some of the employees are no longer there. So they are not into good relationship anymore. No? And then it leads to poor reputation to the company. When there are views and news about the company and its people, particularly leaders, it impacts on the reputation of the company. Okay, so risk management, we call it the imaging, the tainting of the company, no? Image in terms of bureaucracy, in terms of corporate governance, no? So nahahawa pati yung company, nagkakaroon tayo, they are creating image to or taint the image of the company because of the people, particularly the leaders, no? Leading the company and conducting its actions. No? It creates office politics by promoting connections, alliances, rather than job focus. No? They are groupings, may mga alliances, may mga faction. Okay? You do this, ako nang bahala sa'yo. Okay? So that is not for our people. It causes deterioration in growth companies since employees aim for self-benefit. No? Yung ating mga objective, yung ating geared towards a certain functions or roles as leaders, decision makers are not being served effectively and objectively. So instead of increasing our profit, it goes somewhere. It goes to a certain pocket of a few leaders who are into connivance and conflict of interest is arising. So it leads to corporate financial losses, missed opportunities, damage to business relationship. Okay, so that is related also to the failure on the part of profitability and sustainability of the corporation. Definitely significant effects. So it results to legal and ethical violations. Earlier, we mentioned about what is RA 6713. There are rules, no, that governs our private and our public sector servants about this one. So exposing yourself to this situation will render you punishable by the standards, by the law. So this will also be one thing that the corporation will face, no, in terms of sanctions and violations or non-compliance with laws. No? Okay, let us see and look around. So how do other entities manage conflict of interest? No? Because we are not alone. We are operating with other companies. So let us see how are they performing in terms of managing this. Okay, only a few I selected. Huh? So let's try BDO. So directors, employees should act in a manner that would serve the best interest. So ayun na naman yung presence ng best interest of the company. That is paramount requirement to each employee of a certain company who are serving to sign a document or contract with them with an intention that they will serve the company and its purpose of operation will be conducted, okay, through your expertise, knowledge, and help. Okay, all businesses, decisions, and actions must be aligned with the principles of the company or the bank and should not be driven by personal motivations or personal relationships. It's very clear, no, with BDO. Okay, you have to be loyal with BDO. You're contributing to its objectives, operations, and then yung values and principles of BDO are all time adhered by everyone in the organization, across the organization. And your decision making should not be something which is just influenced by your personal driven initiatives. Okay, all financial and personal interests must be disclosed. So kanina, ang loyalty mo nandun, kailangan align ka sa principles niya. And this time around, they want you to disclose, report everything. So nandun yan kanina sa ating IATF. Have to be transparent. A situation involving conflict of interest must be disclosed in writing. So meaning to say, you cannot just verbally tell, sir, I have this business. I am a supplier of this one. I have this restaurant. Sir, I'm also having a lending institution that is contradicting and conflicting. No? BDO is into lending activity and you are also into lending activity. Or you have a security company providing services and nagpapasok ka ng mga security personnel doon sa BDO. So you have to disclose those, no? So that BDO management, the director knows, no, where to position you and what are the potential risks, no, that you may engage yourself in the future. No? Should you be given or granted an opportunity, rather a power to decide on this matter of areas of your business. Okay, so that there must be disclosure. It's important. Now let's look about PLDT. How is PLDT doing in terms of COI? Avoid actual apparent conflict of interest between private interest, members of the family, and interest of the company. So the same with BDO, no conflicting interest. You are supposed to be refraining from doing that. And then what else is PLDT? Okay, actual and apparent. Huh? So meron presence kanina, actual, potential, and perceived. And then PLDT is telling its personnel and employees to avoid activities and interests that could significantly affect the objective and effective performance of duties and responsibilities. Meaning to say, if you have an engagement in terms of business or affiliations or whatever with a third party or you yourself, you have to refrain also from if you think this will prevent you from delivering effectively the services which is expected of you in the company. Okay? Meron tayong no give up policy. We exercise that in the government sector. No, I cannot accept any gift, any compliments, no, in terms of food invitations to parties, restaurant from our clients. No, that's unethical. So that's not also being authorized for us to perform. No, because what will happen if you're performing your work out of a certain expectation that you will receive something from that person? Well, it's biased. No, it will affect your decision making. Okay. I have a friend who owns a restaurant and they are borrowing a significant amount of money from us. So I never meddle. My friend doesn't know also that I am here deciding about his loan application. So I cannot. I made it sure that I am objective of the decision and evaluation of his loan application with us. No, go through the process of loan evaluation and submission of documents, and then I have it cascaded to the higher approving authority, not within my level, because I want to depart myself from that particular issue in the future. I don't even tell him I'm here. I saw your application, and this is the extent of amount that we can grant you, much more than you are requesting. But however, I will not initiate. I want to depart myself from that situation because it's very difficult. That's why I conceal the information that I am in this particular organization so that he will not expect and he will not bug me about follow-ups and also the potential increase in his loan application with us. Okay? So you have to be objective, effective in performance of duty, no, with the company. That's paramount concern to everyone as well. And then opportunity of acquiring interest adverse to that company, you know. Meron tayong sinasabi na meron tayong opportunity, meron tayong interest to that. However, it's something that adversely affect the company already. So refrain from taking advantage of the company. We have to stop on that because we are responsible personnel. We are professionals. We know what is wrong from bad, good. We know what are the properties of the company, what are information, according to our, what they call this, data privacy law. You cannot disclose information. There is a friend who is being invited. He came from a lending company. Now, another lending company is hiring him. However, there is a condition and it requires to him that he provides the list of borrowers of that company so that he can already have a portfolio, a loan portfolio. That's another unethical. That is prohibited by the company. Kasi accessible yan sa amin. The vital information of our borrowers are readily available anytime. We can contact them. We can offer them much lower interest, but definitely we can gain that person credit. Transfer to us. We will provide you credit at a lower rate and flexible terms and conditions. we can pirate. However, we're not supposed to take advantage of those. So PLDT is emphasizing books, things, property, information, and position, and opportunities for personal gain. So comply with the company's disclosure control. So here comes disclosure again. So everybody's telling us about adherence to policies, no personal interest, be loyal to the company, disclosures, and controls and procedures, which is already in place in the institution. Okay, so actual or apparent, again, this time of COI should be disclosed. If you know by yourself that you are into this condition or situation, you have to disclose immediately to the concerned unit of the company, like PLDT. They have their corporate governance office where to report to in case that you are into this type of situation. Okay, para clear yung conscience natin about this thing happening with you. So that our organization would have been arriving to a certain decision of transferring you, okay, or mandating you to stop and be involved with other type of businesses, not the one conflicting with your present position. Okay, so it's very clear. Okay, the corporate governance shall take action. So this is the action to be taken, just in case there are deviations, no, or violations. So it's clear with PLDT that any deviations from the policy by its employees or members of the organization, and it should be appropriately done with disciplinary action. Also, NES actions, may policies, merong disclosures. Okay, let's move on to another. This one, this time around, this is a school. So let's see. So I have diverse samples here so that everybody gets to understand. Pag nasa school naman po tayo, CEU is telling its members in the organization that directors, members of the senior management and employees have the obligation to act in the best interest of CEU. Okay? And then activity, interest, and association outside the could impair. So therefore, this is something which is affecting the objectivity and effectiveness of the work. So it should be avoided. Okay, clear then? So it's somehow close or the same lang with other big corporation. So again, there is potential relationship. If you are seeing that you're hooked in that particular situation, maybe you or your family have to promptly report it according to CEU, its member of the school or organization. Okay, so meron din tayong sinasabi ng CEU that involvement outside activities should secure prior approval from the university management. Okay, before doing so, okay, sir, I will conduct a seminar here. Okay, would you allow me to do that? Okay, I will be requiring some information for students, so on and so forth. Okay, so you have to secure prior approval. Okay, in our organization, I'm being invited to be speaker on certain activities, but however, I refuse to do so because of conflict of interest. No, I cannot, because we are still in a relationship, a credit relationship. So should that cease, then maybe I will accepting that offer. So directors disclose actual and potential conflict of interest. So again, there is presence of actual and potential, not yet perceived, but it can be instead. We shall determine the appropriate resolution. So the purpose of disclosure is to allow our management and organization to do the proper decision and action about the situation you are into. Okay? It is not supposed to be concealed because you are a member of the organization. So their people is also mandated to refuse from engaging in discussions and decisions affecting their personal, business, and professional interests. Okay. Directors, officers of BPI, again, this is a bank, should never prevail over the interest. The interest of personnel should not prevail over the interest of the corporation or the BPI. I mean to say, you have to prioritize the interest of the bank more than your personal interest while you are gainfully employed with BPI. Okay? So there should be no personal gain for the reason and purpose of your current position at BPI. If an actual potential, you should exists, no? Conflict of interest exists, you should have it fully disclosed according to BPI. No? There should be no participation in the decision making. Now, according to BPI, a director who has continuing conflict of interest, not despite certain advices, reprimand whatsoever, he should resign already. And then that particular board member, just in case, should be removed from the position. Maybe that's the saddest part about dealing with conflict of interest. No, you will be required, if there are no other recourse, that you cannot refrain from engaging yourself with other personal interests of yours while you are performing your responsibility, then you will be advised to resign. Or the board member will be removed from the seat. Okay. Should there be cases that there is benefit coming from, there is an obligation for you to account for the profit that you gain. No? It must be refunded to BPI. So solid natin yan. Okay? So that must be covered or computed by BPI. So conflict of interest include prohibition of direct and indirect requests or acceptance. Meron tayong gift policy as well, no? Yung sharing percentage ng discounts, special privileges, yung mga commission basis, they do not allow that. Yung magma-market ka, hahanap ka ng mga agents, and then the agents, no, magpupunta sa marketing department nyo, and then you will collect a certain portion, no? Collecting agency, marami akong mga potential, maghanap ka ng mga potential borrowers, and then give me 10%. That's not allowed. You have to keep a distance out of those transactions that will provide you personal benefit or gain. Let's go to the food industry. Pasensya na kayo. Ang dami kong gustong ipakita. However, I limited this, but I want to have a good view of what is going around with different sectors in the market, how they deal about conflict of interest. Okay, every employee, according to Jollibee, has the responsibility to act in the best interest of Jollibee subsidiaries. So extended pa to subsidiaries nila, and there has to be objectivity in the discharge of the function. So you have to be objective. I'm doing this, I am the manager, so these are my responsibilities. Okay, that should be clear to the individual employed by Jollibee. Okay. So employer shall avoid interest, relationship, transactions, activities, and other circumstances that may prevent from fulfilling his responsibility, okay, or may give rise to conflict. And then, employees and former employees. So ibig sabihin, ilang to sa mga existing employees na, this rule or standard also applies their excess, no? Mga former employees na nag-resign na or separated from employment, they are not supposed to use their position in their corporation for personal advantage. You know why? I was wondering when I was young, why should I surrender my corporate ID? I've been in several banks. Then prior the effectivity of my, what do you call this? My resignation, they would ask me, Ma'am Becky, can we request for your ID? Sabi ko, why? This is my souvenir. Okay, bakit? Why do you have to? Ma'am, this is a protocol. I do not understand that time. And syempre, I adore my picture. When I was, one of those pictures, I was pregnant. So I want that to be a souvenir. So I look like this, I was big, so on and so forth. So I wonder why are you getting this back? No? And in the first place, you're just crashing this, di ba? You just have it shredded. So, nadidisheartened ako pag sinisira yung something which belongs to me for several years. So, I just realized this is something to do with this, no? Because that ID can be used by some persons, no? That individual for representing the company which he already resigned or departed from several years ago. No? Baka misrepresent pa siya. I'm an employee of BPI or Jollibee. This is my ID. No? I'm gainfully employed and connected with them. So you can transact with me, you can pay with me, so on and so forth. So those are the tactics and ways that the corporation like Jollibee is preventing to happen. Okay, so you're not supposed to be using those positions of yours, particularly yung mga former employees, no, for a personal gain. Okay, now I understood why. So employees should not allow themselves to be influenced in making business decisions. That's given. And then also a requirement of Jollibee is disclosing actual and potential conflict. So that is across all sample organization natin, they want things disclosed properly. Excuse me. Jollibee is also requiring its employee to refrain from participating. So you should stop. Okay? If you don't want to stop, then Jollibee will do its action. Okay? There could be some drastic action that we will employ so that you will get the proper sanction for not complying with the rules and standards. Okay? So that is a proper course of action for violations of the property, which is emphasized by Jollibee. So prohibitions and penalties mentioned earlier, 6713 Code of Ethics, pasadahan na lang natin, shall not directly or indirectly engage themselves in certain actions or transaction requiring its approval. That's given. And then outside employment, other activities related public officials, employees during incumbencies shall not, while you are still in the position, you should not own, control management, or manage or accept employment. That is prohibited. Now, they're also not allowed to engage in private practice of their profession. Okay? Recommend any person to any position in the private sector. You are not allowed to recommend somebody else. I-refer ko to sa iyo, kasi sa bangko we have this endorsed by, referred by, dun sa mga loan applications namin. That's not allowed. But do this person in position something to do with the loan application? It's something which tells us now, you approve this because I am the one recommending that to you. It's supposed to be objectively done in terms of loan proposal. And then, this section also requires the disclosure of and or misuse of confidential information. Okay, again, just like other corporation, Jollibee's, BPI kanina, this applies even after you resign from that company. Meaning to say, even after a year from the effectivity of your resignation, okay, 1 year after the effectivity, you are bound to comply with the policy about conflict of interest under 6713. You are prohibited to engage yourself into that particular transaction after separation. Okay? Now, what are the penalties here? The act shall punish a fine not exceeding 6 months salary, suspension not exceeding 1 year, or the worst case removal, dependent on the gravity or severity of that offense, committed. So let's go to the cases of conflict of interest. This is something live and actual that happened around us. Okay, disclaimer lang po. This presentation is just for purposes of conflict of interest study and discussion. These are obtained from newspapers and publications, relative to the alleged cases of conflicts. We are not here to taint or damage the character and reputation of subject individuals. Okay, so I hope that's clear, and we are just showcasing cases of conflict of interest in our present environment. So first, we have Wanda Tulfo-Teo. Okay, what is this all about? She was involved in a 60 million worth of advertisement on government television, Kilos Pronto, which is produced and co-hosted by her brother, Ben and Erwin Tulfo, respectively. So this was cited by Commission on Audit, that revealing that this advertisement at PTD4 did not have any documentation, no complete documentation, while the 60 million funding from the government was given to this However, after that happened in 2018, early part, and then during at the midst of the investigation, Ms. Tulfo Feo resigned from her post, maybe because of the controversy. She finally decided to resign. Okay, however, on the other side, there are certain findings also on her husband, Mr. Bertoteo, who also resigned from the board of the tourism infrastructure because of certain issues on conflict of interest and nepotism. Okay. However, in 2021, 2018, there is a development which is issued by the Ombudsman or Office of the Ombudsman dismissing the grave complaints filed against the former tourism Wanda Tulfo and brothers Ben Tulfo and other individuals about the controversy on 60 million TV advertisement cost on the basis of lack of progress. Okay. So another item that we have to hear is Solicitor General Kalida, who owns a security agency, which is named Vigilant, a security firm owned by him and his family. He resigned as president and chairman of the company in June 2016, however, remained as holder of 60% company share. Kasi the law required divestment, while the remaining 40 is evenly spread out among his wife and children. The House opposition lawyer said Vigilant, the security agency, has bagged a number of contracts from the government, which accounts 11. Excuse me. After review of records over the past contracts, Solicitor General Kalida and his family finally divested from the family-owned Vigilant Investigative Security Agency, but however, there are still 3 more contracts, worth 7 to 8 million were obtained. Okay. Again, this is the popular Villar family, the well-known former senator. The reported appointment of Mark Villar, the son of former Senator Manuel Villar, and wife Senator Cynthia Villar to the cabinet is something which is not well received. Why? Because the involvement of Senator Villar in the C5 extension controversy, okay, where the father Manuel Villar, then a senator, allegedly used his influence with the Department of Public Works and Highways so that the C5 road extension would pass through his property and connect a link road adjacent to his commercial lot. You say yung mga subdivisions niya, they own a number of lots in the south. I pass through that. So he made it a point that there will be a road to be constructed so that it's accessible. His what do you call this? The mga infrastructures niya doon sa mga residential area that he built, so that it can be saleable to its customers and future investors. Okay. So how should conflict of interest be managed? This is the core of our discussion today. So we just have to establish clear policies and procedures. That's very important. Talk to our employees about COI. What is this all about? You may be engaging or inflicting yourself with a situation that will haunt you in the future. Okay? And then encourage disclosure of COI. You keep on talking to them, make it understood by them. At the same time, if you have an inkling that they are into, then encourage them to disclose. Come on, you speak up. I will help you about this one. This will place you in a difficult situation in should there be some conflict that will involve your work and position in the company. About provide opportunity to correct situation. We are entitled to second chances. Meron tayong mga sanctions from corporations, however, dependent on the gravity. But if it's something which is manageable and can be addressed, then we could provide them an opportunity to and correct whatever they have committed as a wrongdoing in the past. Now monitor the situation and take appropriate action. Know where we came from. What led to conflict of interest that impacted our organization and its profitability or sustainability. So we just have to learn from lessons from the previous history and then take the necessary actions. So it boils down about target setting, which is the responsibility of the leader. The leader is all responsible in performing all these actions, talking with people, being with them, employing them, okay, orienting them about COI, and then making them and then provide them guidance as well. Okay, and then as a leader, you also have to monitor. Okay, and then also introduce some actions, appropriate actions, learn from our history, and then move forward so that we get to hit our target, our objective in the corporate. Okay. Managing of COI is just simple as A, B, C, and D. Okay, madaling tandaan kanina, IATF. Now we have A, B, C, D, E. What are these all about? So, sana ito lang yung mind skill natin sa mind natin. What is A in managing COI? Adhere to internal policies. We have these policies. Okay, we have policies because it's clearly written, it's something documented. Okay, the nature and purpose of the organization is documented there. It's about what you have to do to the corporation, at the same time, what the corporation can do. There are procedures, process, acceptable actions, and not acceptable actions. At the same time, there are sanctions. No, what is there that will place you in hot seat, just in case? Those are all present in a policy established in a certain company. So that's A. Now we go to B. So be transparent. Okay, let's go back to the corporate governance. We have to be transparent. We have to disclose everything that we know, so as to have a clear conscience about this could be a potential problem in the corporation in the future. So we have to give relevant information to our superiors and also the concerned unit of the corporation. And then check your position and assignment. Like me, am I exposed to threats like this of corruption? Okay, wag naman corruption meantime. Siguro COI lang muna ako. Ayoko corrupt. Pero there is a probability that I can do that. Yeah, I have in banking industry, I have access to deposit accounts. I have access to database. Like here, I have access to portfolio database. No, I can invent dummy accounts. No, check on your position. Am I something which is exposed to a risk of COI? Again, reminder, ang COI is a risk to corruption in future if severe. Huh? Okay, letter D, disclose. Huh? Disclose relevant information, like being transparent. No, everything that happens to you, you also have to speak about. No? Speak about these things that you know of. Okay, pwede ka maging whistleblower. Something I observe about him, that's perception. Di ba? Yung perceive natin earlier, I'm observing that sir like this is has a good relationship with that, and he is the head, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so you can disclose, not to the extent na nagiging marites tayo. Okay, just on a professional level, we can disclose everything that we experience at our end, at the same time that we observe in our environment, in our workplace. No? That is only relevant, quote unquote, relevant information. If it's something that good count, then forget it. Kung chismis lang yan, then set it aside. No, we are not dealing here with personal life of people. We're dealing here with potential conflict to the organization. Okay, and then letter E, we have to eliminate ourselves. Depart from that position. If this is something that harms, you think, the corporation in the future, depart from it. Okay? Okay, sabi sa Bible, if the other hand is causing you to sin, then cut it. Putulin mo siya. Okay, yung isang kamay mo and then work with one single hand. Okay, if something is destroying you, your image, your objectivity, your principles, then cut it. Eliminate that from your system, because if you have an embedded discipline in yourself, then you are righteous, objective all throughout. Like me, I have the discipline in the banking industry. Sabi nila, strict daw ako. However, they found out you are introducing a lot of improvements to this organization, Becky. So I'm very happy that they recognize that. It's not about strictness, it's about speed. Okay, so A, B, C, D, E. Hopefully, maalala po natin yan sa management of COI. Please, let me see some thumbs up. Okay pa tayo? Am I alone or still with you? Naririnig po ba ako? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you. Thank you for responding. Okay.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
things, thank you very much for your response. All things considered and talked about, medyo mahaba, pero gusto ko lahat ito i-share sa inyo lahat. So, ang dami natin na-discuss. Now, at the end of the day, before we go, do you think COI is bad? Is it bad or good? Look at the banana. When you face, I'm okay, I'm bago pa ako, and then the other one is bad banana na. So which is which? No? About conflict of interest. So let us see. Masama ba ang bad ba ang conflict of interest? What do you think? Okay, thumbs up for no, thumbs up for bad. Okay. So let us see. So where is the proper way to go? It depends. Depends. Pwede daw pala. No? Yung mga safe answer natin, di ba? Yes or no, or maybe, yung mga ganong answer. Okay. Being into conflict of interest can happen to anyone. Actually, na-experience ko siya almost every day. Focus sa ganitong situation. Napakahirap because ano yung elements natin? I am in a certain position. Ang daming temptations, ang daming ko ring priorities, at meron din akong interest. No? It is about a certain situation. It is not intrinsically bad. Okay? It's not bad per se. Of course, we can allow it to happen. However, there's nothing unethical about being in conflict of interest. No? As a professor, may conflict of interest. Meron akong estudyante, nagtatanong sa akin, ma'am, can you be my advisor for this thesis? Okay, sabi ko, there is ethics about in academe. I cannot be your advisor because you have one. But when my child approached me, ma, pwede niyo pa akong turuan sa aming thesis paper writing, so on and so forth. Sige anak, in my very limited time, I will try to help. They consulted me one night until 2 o'clock, nag-uusap kami. And then this is something that just a help to you in respect to your advisor. And this is just a help to you. Everything went out now during the panel. Tinanong sa kanila, look sa panel. So the advisor learned about it and then he appreciated my help about people for these children. Okay, to be in a conflict of interest is not unethical. So remember that. But the failure to do the right thing when you are in this situation is rendering it bad. Okay? Pag meron kang ginawa o hindi ginawa, when you are in this situation, that renders you unethical and that is done in bad faith. Okay, are we clear? Okay lang na meron akong conflict, pero hindi ko hinahayaan. I'm not allowing myself to that situation that will impair my objectivity in rendering my performance, my duty to the organization. Okay, so last thing for me to tell you about, just a recommendation, you act before the problem arises, di ba? Prevention is better than cure. Sabi nga nila, before magkasakit ka, magpapadoktor ka, you go to hospital for higher bills, then take care of yourself. Serve yourself. Okay? The best approach to avoid conflict of interest is prevention. That's important. You know where to stand up, when to stand up, and what to position and where to position yourself. And then the conflict of interest must be in place. There is supposed to be a policy in each organization. Na-mention na natin kanina, there has to be something documented and written so that there is a Bible to our employees to refer to every time that they are lost, no? They are in question of something happening in their organization. And then, from the risk perspective, yan yung aking matagal na tinrabaho, ang risk management, employee who is informed of the rules and prohibitions of certain organizations, they will leverage, while there is leverage to leader management, act in an event of violation. Okay, so the organization and also the employee knows where to stop because he knows that there is a specific sanction for misdoing. You are crossing the line already. So this is what will act you on your violation should there be an occurrence of such. Okay, before I go, I want to share with you these thoughts now so that you can ponder about this. Selfishness is neither good or bad. Okay? You can be selfish. You can enrich yourself. Why not? Because God is allowing us to improve using our talents. No, and He wants us to improve. Okay, but selfishness is depending on the way we are selfish. No, way we carry it as to whether we nourish it for the betterment of our family, ourselves, and our surrounding, or it it affects, no, adversely affect other. So you can be selfish, however, think about this. What is the effect to you and to other people? If it's something that's injuring to them, then stop, refrain from it. Take the other course of action. And another one, okay, most of you do not know General Douglas MacArthur. Okay, later, introduce ko siya sa inyo. Medyo hindi ko rin po ito inabutan. He told us that a true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, remember that, leaders, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but he becomes one by the quality of his actions and the integrity of his intent. So, meaning to say, he can stand alone, he makes decisions, tough ones, and he listens to his subordinates and members of the organization so that he can be able to have actions which is equal across all the members, and he acts in integrity. By the way, if you do not know Mr. Douglas MacArthur, definition lang po sa mga bagets natin. He is an American general who commanded the Southwest Pacific in World War II, widely considered to be the military demigod or Superman, okay, who saved the Philippines from the atrocities or killings of the Japanese in the World War II in 19. Okay, hopefully I was able to share with you something that you can remind of COI. Thank you everyone for listening. And then thank you for my group, for our group, for the patience, encouragement, and motivations. Thank you everyone. Have a safe and happy day ahead. Happy weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Rebecca and Kanan, for that insightful discussion and very detailed explanation regarding conflicts of interest in organizations. At this
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, very insightful po talaga. And thank you for giving us a very detailed explanation. Well received po, ma'am, dito sa amin. At this point, fellow students and participants, if you have any questions or queries, feel free to type them in our chat box and they will be directed and forwarded to our speaker. Okay. And now down to thank you, Ma'am Becky, for all the explanations, and we would like to give the certificate and token of appreciation to show our gratitude for your time and effort. Okay, yes, i-post po natin. Please allow me to read the content. Awarding the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Rebecca D. Ancanan for her invaluable insights as a resource speaker during this webinar, organized by PCU Collab postdoctoral and master's students with the theme Building a Culture of Good Governance in Organizations, given this 29th day of April 2023 through the Zoom platform, Manila, Philippines. Thank you, Ma'am Becky. But before we continue, may we request everyone to turn on their cameras so we can have a photo with our resource speaker? Ayan. You may also use our background. And are you ready na po ba? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And another one. 1, 2, 3. And another one. 1, 2, 3. Okay po. Maraming salamat po. Again, thank you and have a great day, Ma'am Becky. To
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po.
Thank you.
And welcome our third speaker. May I call on Ma'am Elizabeth Liba.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Annabelle. Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Good morning. So, thank you, Ma'am Becky Ancanan, for your talk on managing conflicts of interest in organizations. Moving forward, let's meet our next speaker. Our resource speaker is a graduate of Doctor in Management, major in Human Resource Management in University of San Jose, Recoleta, Cebu City. She is also a graduate of Masters in Business Administration in Andres Bonifacio College, Dipolog City. She worked in Jose Rizal Memorial State University as an assistant professor from 2019 to 2022. She also worked as the loan officer of Human Resource Department Assistant for Recruitment and Training, Training Officer, and Employee Relation and Development Officer in Alano and Sound Credit Corporation from 2005 to 2019. Also, she used to be a university instructor in Jose Rizal Memorial State University in Zamboanga del Norte back in 2007. She is a skilled professional who underwent multiple trainings, seminars, and conferences. To discuss our last topic for today's webinar, entitled Ensuring Transparency and Openness in Governance Processes, let us welcome Dr. Ana Flor C. Edrias.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Before anything else, I'd like to confirm if my audio is clear and my video as well.
Very clear, ma'am, ang sound.
Okay.
Loud and clear po.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you po. Before I would like to start this talk, let me take this opportunity to say thank you to Philippine Christian University for this opportunity to serve your organization. It has always been my pleasure to share whatever experiences and knowledge that I have in my professional experience as well as in my personal experiences as well, not just on the professional side, but it has always been my joy to share whatever things that I learned through life, be it coming from my work or be it coming from my experiences as a mother, just anything in particular. And having this platform with all the professionals such as you guys, it's an honor. So again, thank you. When I was invited by a colleague to speak with you, I was quite thrilled and humbled. And at the same time, also, I was wondering how am I going to deliver such topic about ensuring transparency and openness in corporate governance within 30 minutes to 40 minutes. So it's really quite a challenge, but I'm happy because I was listening to the previous speakers with Brigadier General Sorilia and Ma'am Becky as well. So it will be easy for me to deliver my topic because parang nasabi na po nila yung lahat ng topic. So my topic is literally just about a recap and a bit of emphasis on how you would be able to implement transparency and openness in your organization. I did a bit of research about transparency just to see what the literatures are saying about it. And I have decided to formulate this topic using those literatures that I've researched. And I'm also integrating the experience that I had so that the lectures that I would be sharing would be substantiated by actual experiences. Okay, just as you all know, I'm an educator in Rizal Memorial State University, And the way that I design my syllabus in the classes, in all the classes that I have, I make sure that I integrate practical applications of all the theories and concepts that I'm sharing, because for me, it is my responsibility for my students to equip them to become to be ready in their future workplaces. So that would be the approach that I'm about to that would be the framework that I will be following in my session for the next 30 to 40 minutes. Okay. Um let me share my can I share my screen po, ma'am? Okay. Ma'am, I'd like to ask, are you now seeing my screen? Nakikita niyo po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. Before we continue, I'd like to bring you guys back to the discussions of Ma'am Becky and Brigadier General Surilla. So I am sending this link to the chat box. Okay, let me share with you, and kindly this link in the chat box would lead you to a Mentimeter application. So I'd like to know your thoughts about in the context of your experiences and your organization, what are your thoughts about governance and the things that you learned after learning the things shared by Brigadier General Surilla and Ma'am Becca? Okay, so na-access niyo po ba yung Menti? So you have here the code. It will lead you to a site of menti.com, and use the code 51762007 and just try to input your thoughts about governance in the context of your organization, or if not, in the context of your experiences. And I would be happy to see all those things. This would give us a word cloud of all your thoughts, since I'd like to know your thoughts, 100 plus participants in this platform. Na-access niyo po ba? Okay, so I am here reading now. Someone typed in due process. Okay, yes, we are in the right perspective. Can we have other thoughts about governance? Alam ko po medyo malaki po yung topic ng governance, ng transparency, ng openness, ng yun pong diniscuss po kanina ni Ma'am Becca about conflict of interest. That was very insightful, and all those things, those are, especially I appreciate all the shared best practices of different international companies. So madami po tayong na-learn po coming from her. And we are still waiting po. Okay? Sige, balikan na lang po natin. Baka yung connection po ng iba is medyo challenging. Oh, meron po. Meron pong pumasok dito, some thoughts about governance. Okay. So, we are seeing here compliance with rules. It also talks about being systematic. And what else? Madami po, no? Okay, and the one shared also by Brigadier General Surilla kanina, he was actually sharing the laws of the Philippine government in order to, the laws to actually prevent corruption in the government. So that was also a very, very substantial concepts that we have learned today. Okay, so transparent, systematic, compliance with rules, due process. Okay, so let's okay, thank you for your input. Balikan po natin yung word cloud po pagka halimbawa madami na po yung pumasok. Okay. Okay, after hearing your thoughts about governance, let us try to have a comparative observation about governance in a state-owned enterprise from governance in a private company. Because if na-notice niyo po, yung discussion po kanina ni Brigadier General Surila, those are actually focused on state-owned agencies, state-owned enterprises, while yung talk po kanina ni Ma'am Becca was more of the private companies, which is very good and very substantial information for all of us. Okay, I did a bit of research from an article that I read about governance. Now, this is the word cloud of one research concerning about governance in a state-owned enterprises. So, ano po yung pinakamalaking nakita po natin? So, can we hear someone from the audience?
Due process.
Due process po? Ano po? Ano pa?
Impact.
Yes, impact. Actually, madaming words po dito. Meron
Reform,
po
ownership.
Ownership, privatization. Performance, structure.
yes, madami.
Privatization, direct.
The bigger the font of the word, that means that in this particular research, this is being more talked about in this particular findings. Okay, now let's try to look into another word cloud about governance in a privately owned enterprise. Okay, so what have you noticed or what did you see? Okay, so a lot of words also. So basically corporate governance. So corporate governance, this was the topic of Ma'am Becca kanina lang po. So in governance in a privately owned enterprises, people are talking about management, about corporation, shareholders, monitoring, internal, external, and we also have performance. It also talks about financial, rights, stakeholders, procedures, suppliers, and a lot more. Okay, so, and moving on, okay, now after looking into the the words coming from a state-owned enterprises about governance and the privately owned, let's try to see what are its commonalities, and at the same time also we will try to see its respective divergencies also. So first, we can see that common to the government and to the private side are the following, no? Meron pa pong iba pero ito lang po yung i-highlight ko po. So, basically, common po sa kanila is they talked about performance. Then they are also talking about management, and they were also talking about board shareholders. Now, bakit kaya common dito yung performance? Because in governance, concern po kasi ng governance is effective performance. This is to ensure that, this is to answer the question, how would the entire human resource in an organization, how would we ensure that they are performing effectively so that they would contribute to the achievement of the goals of the organization? And governance is also talking about management. because when we talk about governance, meaning to say we are just steward of the resources given to us. Meaning to say we need to learn how to manage all these resources properly. The financial resources, the physical resources, the infrastructure, the human resources that we have in our organization. So when we talked about management, this means that we were able to plan, we were able to lead, we were able to organize, we were able to control. And another thing is that both shared about the word board or shareholders. Nasabi na po to kanina ni Ma'am Becca and Brigadier General Sorilla. They already shared that governance, for it to become effective, it should come from the top. This should come from all initiatives should come from the top to bottom approach po. Kasi po, yung board, yung shareholders, yung top management po yung may control po ng implementation and formulation of policies and procedures in the organization. So those are parang common po, both in the government and in the private. Now, let's also explore if we were able to discuss their commonalities, we will try also to explore their differences. Okay, so if you happen to observe yung sa word cloud po nung sa state-owned enterprise, makikita nyo po na yung pinakamalaki po, it talks about, pinakamalaking font, it talks about reform. And parang hindi ko po ito nakita sa yung word cloud po ng private. Any thoughts about this po? Bakit po kaya? I'd like to hear your thoughts about this one. Bakit po kaya in a state-owned enterprise, yung pinakamalaking font po yung nakalagay is reform? Anyone? Naririnig niyo po ba ako? Just confirming po.
Yes po, ma'am.
Don't you find it interesting that in the word reform, ito po yung pinakamalaki in a state-owned enterprise, in the government po. Nasabi na po to kanina ni Brigadier General Sorilla po kanina, na parang meron po talagang areas for improvement ang government. Kaya po, dun po sa talk niya po kanina, he was actually sharing with us the laws that will prohibit a civil servant to commit corruption, to commit fraud in the organization. So it just follows. We can, it's hard to accept, but it's the reality that there is really an issue of corruption, especially in the government. Nakikita po natin sa news, probably nakikita niyo po, ako nakikita ko po. So, thing is, okay. Now, let's talk about transparency and openness. Now, let me present to you again another word cloud. No, this is still anchored on literatures that I saw. Ano po yung sinasabi ng literature about transparency and openness? We can see here the word process. We can see here cooperative, another word for project, opportunity, communication, application, spread, information, and website. Ito po yung sinasabi ng literature about transparency and openness. Now, dito po natin i-revolve yung little minutes po na remaining ng ating discussion po. Okay. The real question is, how do we make the organizational communication processes become more transparent and open? Yun po yung pinaka-question. ensuring transparency and openness in governance. Okay, so how do we ensure organizational communication processes become more transparent and open? I will not bombard you with a lot of framework and theories and concepts, but I will just share with you 5 because I believe I only have less than 30 minutes yata po. So I will just emphasize on 5. The first is the strategy and objective should be smart and well communicated. I will elaborate this later, but let me just present 5. The first one has something to do with the strategy and objectives. It should be smart and well communicated. Second is that the organizational structure should be in place. No? Organizational structure should be in place. The third one is that the core processes, actually nasabi na po to kanina ni Ma'am Becca, but she was just focused on conflict of interest, but the core processes should be identified, documented, and consistently implemented. Next is that all process users clearly understands the rationale of each process. And number 5, there should be mechanisms for constant process improvement. Now, before discussing all those 5, okay, so I would just like to emphasize that without this concept, which is I believe these are all clearly discussed by Ma'am Becca and Brigadier General Surilia, before before transparency and openness can become a reality in an organization, number 1 po na kailangan is that the top management should share the same paradigm that anchors on the principles of honesty and integrity, fairness, service, growth. And that, okay, yung discussion po ni Ma'am Becca po kanina, the top management should put the interest of the organizational or interest of the organization over personal interest. Ito po yung parang pinaka-basic. Without these things, because organization is composed of people, and if those people do not share the same values and do not share the same interest, which is the interest should be for the organization, all ideals will not be effective because the implementation of all these programs and policies depend on the people manning the top management. So I super emphasize that the principles, the values, and the interest of the top management should be gearing towards these principles, and they should have shared the same interest for the organization. That should be it. Okay, so let us now be ready to discuss the first way on how to ensure transparency. Okay, the first one is that the strategy and objectives of an organization should be smart. I'm sure being master's students, you are very much familiar already with what is smart, what is being smart, what is a smart objective. Lagi ko pong tinatanong po to sa mga students ko po sa undergrad. Ano po yung SMART? S for?
Specific, measurable, attainable,
realistic,
time-bounded.
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 Yes, that's very basic. Ito po kasi yung pinaka-important kasi ito po observation ko lang po. When I was still employed way back in the industry 5 years ago, we super emphasize the vision, mission, goals, and values of the organization. It's really part of our orientation, and we never took it for granted. But unfortunately, as I see it in some agencies in the government, parang nafe-feel ko po though I might be wrong, but nafe-feel ko po na yung vision, mission, goals, and objectives, and meron pang iba, may philosophy pa, may quality policies pa. parang I felt and I observed that those are just for placed there on top of the wall out for compliance or out of because it's required by some accrediting body. And I observed that the VMGO are not really used to its real purpose, because a VMGO would serve as a flashlight or a guide for an organization, because this VMGO, the strategies, the objectives of an organization, all operations, all policies, all programs, this will all be anchored onto all these VMGOs, the strategy and objectives. So without a well-communicated strategy, without a smart objectives, how can you be able to implement programs without knowing kung ano ba talaga yung purpose ng program na yan? Kung yung purpose lang po ng implementation ng program is because this is required by some accrediting body or because this is required by some external regulatory body, required po ng COA, required po ng Civil Service Commission, it's not a sustainable program. For me, based on my experience, for any program or policy to become sustainable, it should be implemented not because we are complying to some accrediting body, but we are implementing it because we want our organization to become efficient, to become effective in achieving our goals. Yun po yung parang na-observe ko po. Now, and take note that with this strategy, if our strategy and objectives are well communicated po, that means that these are all understood by all stakeholders in the organization. We have to accept that madami pong processes po, madami pong policies in the organization, and hindi po lahat na document. It's impossible to document all processes in the organization. Not every processes can be documented, and there will always be a need for supervisors and managers to decide. So in the absence of these undocumented policies, pag meron po tayong clear strategy and objectives, the decisions of the supervisors and managers are still guided by this strategy. Ganun po ka-important yung VMGO po natin. And another, for larger decentralized organization, this will help guide decision makers. Like, for example, dapat ba nating i-approve to or hindi? Nasa budget siya, pero wala siya sa budget, pero ito yung kailangan natin, so do we need to approve it or not? So this will serve as a guide for our decision makers. Now, take note that having an effective documented strategic and business plans is already a battle half won in organizational transparency and openness. I emphasize, if you have an effective and documented strategic and business plans, malaking bagay na po to for transparency and openness. For example, in the context of a state-owned enterprise in the government. The government agencies are required to submit their strategic plan. They are required to submit their annual procurement plan. I'd like to check if I'm stating the correct jargons, no? Let me just check. Okay, so the government is required to, yung APP po, yung from the government, alam niyo po to, yung annual procurement plan. Then we are also required to submit our PPMP, our project procurement management plan. Then we are also required to have our program of expenditures. If these are all in place, and if these are all accessible to all stakeholders, to all employees in an organization, then the battle is already half won in organizational transparency and openness. Nakikita po ng lahat kung ano po yung budget allocation. Hindi lang po sa transparency, but this is also a good monitoring tool. Now, I'd like to share one certain organization. They actually have problems in the utilization of funds. No, utilization of funds is one of the PBB requirements, one of the key performance indicator in PBB. So an organization in the government can receive the PBB. Okay, so they have problems in poor utilization of funds. But the thing is, they know because they are not getting the targets of PBB in terms of utilization of funds. So they want to address that. And they conducted several meetings to address that. And di ba po, if we want to improve something, we need to analyze things. We need to identify the root cause. They were trying to do a root cause analysis. Why they were having poor utilization of funds. One member of the top management said, sinabi po niya, hindi po namin required na i-remind sila because our role is just to record things. Hindi lang po isang beses sinabi, madaming beses. And as I was listening, I was quite amazed. And I realized that probably this is probably one of the reasons, the root causes why we have such problems. Why? Because if you are a member of a top management, and if you are a management officer, what is the definition of management? Di ba po, you need to plan, you need to lead, you need to organize, you need to control. You are not just for recording. Hindi ka po binabayaran ng malaking pera po, malaking SG, salary grade, just to record things. Your responsibility as members of the top management is actually to plan, to lead, to organize, to set control measures so that the organization can achieve its goals. Whatever resources that you are manning or whatever resources that you are tasked to manage, be it a financial resource, be it a human resource, be it a physical infrastructure, whatever it is. So I think that's one of the things. Okay. So again, one thing is to have a documented strategic business plans, well communicated, naiintindihan po ng lahat, nakikita at na-access po nila. Let's move on. Okay, so I would like to share this one because for me this is what we did in the private industry. We have program on the 4 disciplines of execution. Okay, this is actually a very good program because this will guide organization on how to implement programs. Because having smart objectives, having good strategies and objectives is only parang kalahati lang po siya. Okay, having a good plan is one thing, but having it implemented is another thing. So that's why the 4 disciplines of execution is a guide for every organization when it wants to execute effective programs. So the first discipline is you need to focus on the wildly important goals. Did you notice po na madami po tayong objectives? We tend to write all the objectives that we can think of. We try to identify all the strength that we have, all the weaknesses that we have. Yung SWOT analysis po, we try to identify all those things. We try to identify your strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in the hopes that we could be able to formulate strategies out from that. So that our strategy would help us achieve our objectives. Now, ang nakikita ko po kasi, ang strategic objectives, napakadami po. The thing is, we always want to achieve a lot of things, but our resources are very limited. Una po yung time po natin. Our money, the people that would implement those objectives, is very limited. So the 4 disciplines of good execution would teach us that we need to focus on the wildly important goals. Wildly, they use the term wildly important goals. Yung WIG, actually they use the jargon WIG, wildly important goals. So sa napakadaming objectives na gusto mong i-achieve, like for example, you have a 5-year plan, you just need to identify kung ano po yung pinaka-importante, yung WIG nyo po, yung wildly important, and then you focus on that. That is, isa po yun siya sa discipline. The next po is act on the lead measures. The lead measures as compared to the lag measure, nakikita niyo po yung difference. The lead measure, it's more of, these are the behavior, the verb. But as opposed to the lag measure, it focuses on the result, the noun. Like for example po, if your goal is to increase profitability by, let's say, 10%, that is probably your lag measure. But your lead measures are different, because you would try to think, what are the things that you're going to do so you can achieve the lag measure? So in the 4 disciplines of good execution, it tells us to focus on the lead measures, because this is actually a proactive approach, because these are doable things. The lead measures, meaning to say, if we will focus our energy on the lead measures that will drive us to get our lag measures, mas possible po. Okay. The third discipline is to keep a compelling scoreboard. That's why po, napaka-importante po na we have our strategic plans documented. Our business plan, our APP, our PPMP, and our program of expenditures. Because that will serve as our anchor in our scoreboard. Like for example, in addressing the utilization of funds, if our goal is to 100% utilize our funds, as of this quarter, sana po ba tayo in terms of utilizing our funds? Are we 25%? Are we 50%? Now take note, if you don't have a SMART objective, you cannot keep a compelling scoreboard. Because parang sa sports po, sa basketball, di ba po meron po talagang scoreboard? Nakikita po natin yung score ng isang team, yung score po ng kabilang team. Kasi yung mga players, pag nakikita nila yung how they are doing, how their teams are doing, parang namomotivate po sila. Na isa na lang po yung kulang, 2 na lang, 2 points, 3 points na lang. So that's the essence of having a compelling scoreboard. Now, this is very applicable in management aspects. Now, the last discipline is creating a cadence of accountability. Napaka-importante po nito. Anchoring on your strategic plans, di ba po yung parang napaka-end product, end output po ng isang strategic plan is an action plan. And then sa action plan po is meron pong nakalagay persons responsible. Napaka-importante po nun, because in creating a cadence of accountability, kung sino po yung person na nandun, dapat po siya po yung parang he will take accountability of the assigned task po sa kanya. Now, this is easier said than done, because writing the persons accountable is one thing, and then having that commitment of that certain person is another thing. So take note po. Okay, let me move on. Okay, so another thing to focus to ensure transparency and openness is about organizational structure. So take note po, if you want to have a transparent and open organization, believe it or not, try to look at your respective organizational structure. Now, take note, when I was still in the private, our organizational structure are very, very important. Very important, same as with our VMGO. But some agencies in the government, I guess, katulad po ng VMGO, the organizational structure is just there, nakatarpaulin po, because it's required, but not really used to its essence. Now, ano po yung use po ng organizational structure? Because we are studying sa management students po, yung organizational structure napaka-importante, and kaya po meron po siya talagang topic for this one because it's important, and I find it ironic why some organization would just take this one for granted. Now, ano po yung nakikita natin sa org structure? I know that you know this already, but we can identify in the org structure, no? The line or staff, it identifies whether what you have is a line authority or a staff authority. Do you have authority over this person or not? So yun po. Another, nakikita po dyan yung scope of work, yung boundary, kung saan po, yung scope po ng function niyo po. Like for example, okay, this department, this is for the monitoring department, this is for the planning department, this is for the evaluation. Nakikita po dyan yung scope of work. And then, dito po nakikita yung key process flow. Take note, in transparency, processes are very important. Processes, sino po yung mga ISO certified na po dito? In ISO certification, processes are the word, the most important word perhaps. Okay, nakikita po yung process flow dito, and this will serve as an HR planning tool, the organizational structure, because any changes in the structure would mean changes in the composition of people, changes in the needed competencies. Another, this can be source of job analysis. In the government, the salary structuring scheme in the government is actually governed by DBM. In private organizations, they are responsible to create their own salary structuring scheme. So if they are going to implement, how are they going to implement a good salary structure? Nagsa-start po yan dito, job analysis. And the organizational structure can guide HR in designing jobs that will perform really in the organization. Next is, after identifying job analysis, it will follow that one can craft job descriptions. Now, take note, in private organizations, job descriptions, I can say, parang Bible po. Pero, yung in the context of, well, as far as my observation is concerned, disclaimer po, job descriptions, parang hindi ko po masyadong ma-feel na yung job descriptions are really there to describe the things that you need to do in your job. Okay, let's move on. So, recap, organizational structure is important. Let's go to the third one. Okay, so I only have, meron po akong clock po dito. I only have 10 minutes left, I think. The core processes, the core and frequent processes are identified, documented, and consistently implemented. Now, ito po yung parang the meat of the matter po talaga. For ISO certified companies, we already have the core processes. But the thing is, especially in our organization, we have identified our core processes. However, the little processes that enable those core processes are not that documented. So it's also important that the top management would examine what are these frequent processes. If these frequent processes are really that frequent, then it needs to be documented, and this needs to be consistently implemented. Okay. Okay. The next is you have to maintain a good system of records keeping. Yung policies in an organization should be readily available kung sino man po yung nangangailangan po. Like for example, not just hindi lang po kung kailan po may accreditation, dun lang po nakikita yung mga policies. But it's not sustainable that way, believe me. But if you embed already in your system, you maintain already a good system of records keeping, that is when you can say that you are having a transparent and open organization. So another is, okay, let me share with you an example of how this goes about the core and frequent processes. For example, when I was designated as Human Resource Management Officer in our organization, I noticed that since we already have the core processes, the very generic processes, the one that's required by CSC, we have the generic recruitment process. But however, we know that the process of recruitment, especially in the government, are composed of small steps that are not documented, such as receiving the application, who will receive first the application, who will compose the HRMPSB, the scheduled dates, the scheduling of interviews, the examinations, those things. If those are not well documented, then that is actually prone to corruption. Okay. So, next, the processes should be consistently implemented and avoid being selective. Now, this usually happens if the processes are not documented and is not regularly being implemented. Okay. Next, processes are drafted not just for compliance, but rather enabling sets of actions of an organization towards the achievement of its goals. Okay. Next, all process users should clearly understand the rationale of its process. Okay. Now, let me share with you a very, this is a 3-minute video. Maikli lang po to. Let me share with you a video about a certain cat that's been needed in meditation. Okay. Please
The
let me
great Zen
know.
Buddhist master.
Are you hearing the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Buddhist master, who was in charge of the Mayukajai monastery, had a cat, which was his true passion in life. So, during meditation classes, he kept the cat by his side, in order to make the most of his company. One morning, the master, who was already quite old, passed away. His best disciple took his place. "What shall we do with the cat?" asked the other monks. As a tribute to the memory of their old instructor, the new master decided to allow the cat to continue attending the Zen Buddhist classes. Some disciples from the neighboring monasteries, traveling through those parts, discovered that, in one of the region's most renowned temples, a cat took part in the meditation sessions. The story began to spread. Many years passed. The cat died, but as the students at the monastery were so used to its presence, they soon found another cat. Meanwhile, the other temples began introducing cats in their meditation sessions. They believed the cat was truly responsible for the fame and excellence of Mayukajai's teaching. A generation passed, and technical treatises began to appear about the importance of the cat in Zen meditation. A university professor developed a thesis, which was accepted by the academic community, that felines have the ability to increase human concentration and eliminate negative energy. And so, for a whole century, the cat was considered an essential part of Zen Buddhist studies in that region. Until a master appeared who was allergic to animal hair, and decided to remove the cat from his daily exercises with the students. There was a fierce negative reaction, but the master insisted. Since he was an excellent instructor, the students continued to make the same progress, in spite of the absence of the cat. Little by little, the monasteries, always in search of new ideas, and already tired of having to feed so many cats, began eliminating the animals from the classes. In 20 years, new revolutionary theories began to appear, with very convincing titles such as The Importance of Meditating Without a Cat, or Balancing the Zen Universe by Willpower Alone, without the help of animals. Another century passed, and the cat withdrew completely from the meditation rituals in that region. But 200 years were necessary for everything to return to normal, because during all this time, no one asked why the cat was there.
Okay. Did you find it interesting? Are you able to follow the video?
Yes po.
Okay, so I found that story from one of the novels of Paulo Coelho, and I searched it in YouTube if there's a video presentation for that, and I happened to find this video. What's the moral lesson of the cat? No, because all process users clearly understand the rationale of each processes. Now, what is the parang connect po ng cat po dito? Kasi parang as there are really instances in an organization wherein people are just complying and obeying to certain processes without even questioning in the first place, why is that process even needed? And minsan sinasabi nila, I often hear this one, parang sinasabi na, why is this even needed? Basta, just do it. Huwag ka na lang magtanong kasi yun na talaga ginagawa namin. So parang ganito yung parang essence. If no one would ask why we are doing things this way, we will always be stuck with the past. Now, with especially parang eye-opener na po yung pandemic po natin. The pandemic was basically the parang international disruptor of all organizations po. And with the pandemic, parang it's an eye-opener for us na things can drastic change can happen in an organization, and if we don't adapt to possible changes, if we do not learn to question why are we doing things that way, we can never achieve improvement in an organization. So as implementers in your organization, if you are trying to implement a certain process, make sure that all employees understand the rationale of the process. They make sure to understand why they need to secure signatures of this particular person. You need to let them understand why is this form even needed. Bakit hindi kailangan ng soft copy? Bakit kailangan ng hindi pwedeng digital copy? They need to understand that so that they would comply those things effectively, the processes. Okay. Now, the last tip that I'd like to share is there should be a mechanism for constant process improvements. This is connected to the video. Because hindi naman po nakataga sa bato yung mga processes po natin. There should be a mechanism for constant improvements. This should become part of the core processes. What I'm trying to say here is that the mechanism for constant process improvement should become part of the core processes of the organization, because we already know that the world is highly VUCA, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. Okay, so anything can change. So we need to be ready such that if there are any drastic changes, we can easily adapt. And this can only be done if we would embed it in our processes, mechanism for constant improvement. Next, top management must have constant monitoring and evaluation for possible process improvements. Dapat talagang explicit po na yung top management, minomonitor po nila kung sino yung may mga suggestions. They are constantly evaluating for possible process improvements. Now, saan po kaya pwedeng kunin to? Some feedbacking mechanisms should be implemented, such as satisfaction surveys. Way back in the industry, we have customer satisfaction evaluation program every year, and we took the suggestions of our customers seriously. But however, based on experience in one government agency, I was quite perplexed at how they treat the satisfaction surveys of their stakeholders. Again, they just put on the forms because it's required. And if you will happen to be really serious in providing, in sharing your satisfaction or in offering your, let's say, suggestions, I don't know if they would even read those comments. I bet they would just submit it directly to some external regulatory agencies that are requiring those satisfaction surveys. I don't know. I haven't seen any program that's being proposed out of the summary of those suggestions coming from the satisfaction surveys, which is quite different on how we did satisfaction surveys before. Next is, there should be reinforcement. When we say reinforcement, there should be rewards for those who can present process improvements. But then again, this is easier said than done, because mostly when you introduce change in an organization, you will definitely receive a lot of resistance. But it's part of the process and it's expected. Okay. Now, let me end my talk in saying, no organization is ever perfect, but an organization that is open to changes and improvements will always take the path to excellence. So, ladies and gentlemen, this has been Ana Flor Adrias. I hope that I was able to share with you a little bit something about transparency and openness in governance. So, ladies and gentlemen, good noon.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Anna, for that informative talk about transparency and openness in governance. That very both important in our government, because it is very accountability and provides information, you know, to our citizens being about what our government doing, and of course it leads to engage, inform, and have innovative society. So at this point, fellow students and participants, if you have any question or queries, feel free to type in on our chat box. And please be advised that you are encouraged to fill up our evaluation form in exchange of the e-certificate. So, no question at all. So at this moment, to show our gratitude for Dr. Adrias, for your time and effort, please accept the certificate and token of appreciation. Please allow me to read the content. Awarding the certificate of appreciation to Ms. Ana Flor Adrias for your invaluable insight as a resource speaker during this webinar organized by PCU MM Collab, postdoctoral and master student, with the theme building a culture of good governance in organization given this 29th day of April 2023 through the Zoom platform, Manila, Philippines. Signed by our President.
Sila ng saka. Wala na sila ng saka.
Thank you po, ma'am. Thank you po. Such an honor and pleasure to serve your organization. Ma'am, let me share. If you want the word cloud of the output of the activity a while ago, ma'am, I can share it with you. I can just share it with Ma'am Shai.
Okay, thank you po, Doc. Again, thank you, Doc Anna. But before we continue, may request everyone to turn on their cameras so we can have a photo with our resource speaker. Okay, thank you. So give your best smile. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Another. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Another. 1, 2, 3. Smile po. Page 4. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Another. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And the last pages. Okay. Okay. Once again, thank you, Doc Elias. For the final words, may we call on our advisor, our dynamic professor, Dr. Henry Magat, for the closing address.
Good afternoon. Good morning. Am I audible? Sorry, I have to ask.
Yes, sir. You
Yes,
are.
po.
All right. So sorry about that because I have been experiencing some technical problems. I'm actually traveling. So good morning to everybody again. I have to admit that I am overwhelmed with the amount of knowledge that I have acquired or we have acquired from our excellent speakers. We can go on and on and how I wish I have the abundance of time to continue. But of course, we have to end our intellectual discourse at this point. Hence, I am going to give my closing remarks. Our guest speakers, who are experts in their respective fields, have been able to make us understand the webinar theme, building a culture of governance in organizations in the right contexts. And that is our prized acquisition today, or our baon as we end this webinar. For this, with my sincere appreciation, I thank our speakers, Brigadier General Ruel and Sorilia from the DNR, Professor Becky Angkanan from DTI and San Beda University, to Dr. Ana Flor Adrias of Jose Rizal Memorial State University. You are really excellent speakers. Maraming salamat po. Also to our my co-professors, Dr. Elixir Ramos, actually the OIC president of the University of Makati, and Dr. Mateo Macalaging Jr., the MM Collab site coordinator. And of course, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers, to our students, our MA and PhD student MM Collab Group. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Makakatulog na kayo. And so once again, thank you and may we all have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy the rest of the day. Maraming salamat ulit.
Thank you po, Dr. Magat. Okay, today's webinar is momentous indeed, as we have been able to put together three distinguished individuals and experts in their respective fields who share with us their knowledge and insights on their respective topics. I am pretty sure that all of us have been refreshed, retooled, and learned from our resource speakers. To our speakers, a million thanks to Brigadier General Sorilio, Miss Becky Angkanan, and Miss Anna Flor Adrias. This batch of postdoctoral and master students would like to extend their heartfelt gratitude to the support that the PCU administration, Collab, and staff have shown them, particularly to the University President, Dr. Junifen Gawan. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing term, sorry po. To the Vice President, Dr. Margie de la Cruz, and to Collab Coordinator, Dr. Mateo Macalawi. Okay. To the moderators, facilitators, technical team, documentation, and all the wonderful and hardworking contributors, we salute you for making this day possible. And to all participants, thank you for your presence and active participation. Once again, we wish you all a blessed Saturday and enjoy the rest of the day. But before we end this webinar, let me remind you guys to fill up the evaluation form so you can receive your e-certificate. Okay? For those who are using Gmail account, kindly copy paste the link on your search engine and use your PCU Chrome account and paste it there so you can access our evaluation form. And then right away, you will receive our e-certificate. Once again, thank you sa lahat po ng nagtulong-tulong to make this webinar possible. To our mentors, to our professors, it's a great pleasure to work with you, sirs. Thank you po.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Group picture po tayo sa core team po. Let me ask
Thank
po
you,
yung...
Doc Magat.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Salamat sa inyo. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Happy
Thank you.
weekend.
Happy weekend. Happy weekend.
Pa-picture muna, sir, di ba?
Opo, pa-picture tayo yung core team po natin. Yan.
Hindi pa rin gumagana yung aking camera.
Ilang po.
All right, everyone. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right, one more. One last. 1, 2, 3, 4, smile.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations.
Salamat. Happy weekend,
Salamat
everyone.
po. Okay.
Happy weekend, everyone.
Thank you po.
Ganda.
Participants, don't forget to fill up po yung evaluation, post-event evaluation natin. Para po ma-receive nyo yung certificate. So,
Saan available yung ating post-evaluation?
sir, copy-paste yung link po sa search engine and then go to your Google Chrome account and then i-paste nyo po doon, ma-access nyo po siya. Para po successful, maka-receive kayo ng certification. Thank you po sa ating tech team sa gumawa po ng ating e-certificate at fast delivery po ng e-certificate. Na-receive po, Ma'am Loris? Yan. Pakiscan po. Pakiscan na lang po. Meron pa po tayong pending. Doon po sa participants, naka-standby pa po sa link. We will terminate this link in a few minutes po. Kindly access our evaluation form Let me remind everyone that this link will be terminated in few minutes. Kindly access po yung ating evaluation form for you to receive your e-certificate po. Any moment from now, magte-terminate na po ang link natin. Thank you po.
Hello, everyone. We still have 2 minutes to stop the link. Thank you. A minute left to go. Thank you.